We begin the day with the camera following a little creature on the ground, a little side tick, and it's running through a village, and it runs into a house underneath the gaps in the floorboards and walls, and it runs by a man standing there preparing some kind of food or potion, can't quite tell. And the little creature runs by and runs up onto a bed that's on the ground in a corner made of hay and has some nice blankets on it. And you see the creature scurry up the blanket and runs over to what looks like to be a blue-skinned gelfling with white hair, snoring. And the little creature snuggles up on its head and makes a few chirping noises. And Jibo, you're in the kitchen preparing a meal, and you hear Fluffy has just come home, and you hear him chirping in the bedroom.
I'm in the kitchen, moving around frantically, throwing all sorts of alpine fruit and burn nut into a salad-like meal, along with pots on the stove bubbling. Fluffy, little Fluffy. Easy. I make my way towards my sweet little Vee, and I rub her face as I peer over her bed.
And as you're doing that, it's you think in your mind it's been 2 days already that she's been unconscious since the event in the woods. And as you're doing that, the little creature that's snuggled in her neck starts jumping up and down frantically and begins to run over to the doorway, and then turns around and kind of runs back and forth. And about that moment, you look up to see him doing this. You hear some footsteps coming up to the door.
I bend down, kiss Vee on her forehead, look at her chest, see that it's still rising and falling.
And about then you hear a knock at the door.
I calmly walk to the door, fix my shirt, open the door.
And when you do, you see a good friend of yours. It's Melno. He's one of your peers that used to work for the guard a few years back with you when it was necessary. And he looks frantic and sweating and panicked, but yet he's composed. And he takes a deep breath in and says, "Pico, the elder Vicna has fallen sick. Come, you must come and see." And he's like pulling away from you already, trying to run back.
Aldor, will you enter for a moment? I must gather my things and...
He says, I don't have time. I have to tell the others. Come to the palace as soon as possible. And he runs off.
See you there, brother. Entering back into my home, I close my door. I make my way to the kitchen. And
Pots are bubbling now.
And I settle my kitchen in a manner that would be safe to leave it. I make my way back over to Vee, and I kneel down. Fluffy, come.
You actually see her twitching as almost like she's in some dream. Most likely dream in the dream space.
I grab the wet rag on the side of her bed, ring it at her forehead a few times, and I put my hand into her hand. Close my eyes.
And when you do, you begin having a dream fast with her, but it's the same as it's usually been. She's way off in the distance, and you just can't quite reach her or get her attention. She seems focused on something again, way off in the distance, looking into the mountains, past the great trees at the edge of the never-ending forest. And you pull back, and she's gone again. But this time, it does seem like she was a little bit closer.
I grab my few belongings and I pack up and make my way and see what the fuss is about. The main castle.
And as you begin to trek through this new town, the Stone in the Wood that you helped found not but 20 years ago, you see all the people somewhat frantic to the news. A couple people are running towards the big wooden palace at the Great Tree, and as you arrive, you begin to walk under the big gates in the front, and you hear almost, it sounds like the sound of 100 gelfling all gasp at once. And then you hear all the whispers and voices and panic going on as you enter the gates of the palace. And immediately as you enter, Melno sees you right away, and he's running over to you. You see his eyes welled up with tears.
What is it, brother?
He says in a shaky voice, Vikna has passed.
No.
Some illness has taken him. And then
the elders confirmed.
He says, yes, they're up there now with him.
I must get back to Vee. Please keep me abreast on any new information.
And he, as you're doing that and pulling away, he grabs you and he says, I think what you said was right about the blight that you saw. This has to be connected. Keep this between us though, because I don't want anyone to get panicked, because we don't really know exactly. I just hope Vee's okay and she's not connected.
Yes.
Good luck.
And to you, brother. And I, in the sense of everyone else is moving, I match that movement and make my way back to our house to check on my daughter and see what are we going to do next.
And as you're leaving, you can't help but notice, peering through the trees above, a sight that you've actually never seen, but doesn't seem like it's inevitable. But you see the three suns, the three brothers, high upon the sky, closer than you've ever seen them together. And the camera starts to leave your eye and follow that image up to the sky. And Vida, Virana, you are in your dream state, and you're in some trees running from something that you're not quite sure you can even remember what you're running from, and you come into the open field and you see these three suns coming together. And for a moment in your mind, you see an image that almost looks like some type of angel, or maybe even some type of god. You're not quite sure, but it's beautiful, and it's almost like it's created of light itself. and you see this image for a moment, and then it fades away, and then you see the three sons again. And that image that you saw, you swear you hear its voice saying something to you, and then all of a sudden the voice changes to what sounds like your mother's voice, and it says, "Wake, V, get up. You have to get up."
I start twisting and turning in my bed until I sit up, panting, looking around the room to see if I could find my dad.
And when you open your eyes, the flashes of the suns are gone, and the flashes of that image that you saw is gone, and you see Fuzzy at your lap jumping up and down in joy, but you don't see your father anywhere, but you smell delicious food in the house, and your stomach is grumbling so hard, you're so hungry. And the last thing you remember, and it scares you all of a sudden, is you remember that creature that you saw in the woods with the green eyes.
I look at Fuzzy. I put up my hand and say, "Here, Fuzzy. Now, which direction did my dad go?" I say, looking at the door to see if any signs he went out.
And Fuzzy begins to give you some chirps and some weird noises that, of course, you know very well. And he's basically kind of said, "Your father left, and there's some trouble."
I look over to the direction of the kitchen. I smell the food and shake my head, get out of bed, and start walking slowly to the door.
And as you are walking to the door, you can't help it. Just your stomach is just grumbling. You're so hungry. You see all that delicious food and fruits and stuff on the table. It looks like a fresh meal was just cooked, not even 20 minutes ago.
I stopped walking. I couldn't help myself, and I turned around and walked toward the food. I sit on one of my seats and eat a couple of fresh fruits and look at Fuzzy and say, "Now, when do you think he's gonna be home?"
And he starts, as you're eating and stuff, and he starts jumping up and down. You do hear some footsteps. Sounds like they're running towards the door. And Jibo, you're approaching the house.
I look to the door and give a little smile as I walk to the door with food on my face, open it, and stick my head out and look side to side and see if I could spot you. Well, him.
V! V! I'm running to the door, just in desperate mode to see if my sweet daughter, if anything has changed. And as I'm looking up and catching her peering out the door, yelling her name is just bursting out of me. V, it's you, my darling. I run up to V and drop to my knees. You're up. You're back.
I look at him and smile and say, "How long was I gone? It only seemed probably an hour."
And as you're looking to your father when he runs up, you see, and you look up in the sky, and you can't help but notice that the sons, the three brothers, are in the exact position that you saw in your dream.
I start
And then
squinting.
he kneels down.
I start squinting to the sky and moan to myself, "Well, that's quite odd," as I say, looking back down to my dad.
I squeeze V. Sweet girl. You must be more disciplined and careful from now on. We have a lot to go over. Please, come inside.
I I look at him in confusion and say, "What do you mean, more disciplined?"
Sweetie, as I take her hand and move inside and we start making our way into the home, you mustn't exert yourself the way you did in the forest. Please, we've talked about this before, and Alura warned you of this.
But Papa, I was only doing it to protect us. I said sadly.
And also, you notice when you say this after having all that delicious food that you just scruffed down, you feel like you have about half the energy that you had before. You don't feel like you've gotten all your energy back, but you feel about half.
Vee, there's been some terrible news that has come to our land, and I fear there may be more. Rest up.
I look at him and say, "I've rested for so long, and what's the terrible news?"
We'll discuss it another time. For now, please, lay back down and rest. I will prepare some more burnut and crawly for you.
As I'm walking towards the bed, I spot my journal. I pick it up and sit up in my bed and start writing.
I make my way around the kitchen, making noise with different pots and instruments and drawers opening and closing, and I'm just trying to really prepare some last bits of food for what may be a long travel, as I fear with the new news around town and Vee's recent slumber, we may need to go into hiding.
And as you do that and you are writing in your journal and some hours pass and you see the light beams coming through the cracks in your roof, going from one angle to another, and you finally finish cleaning up and setting up what you wanted to do, and you finish writing in your journal, there's a knock at the door again. Sounds a little panicked and rushed.
I shut my journal and slap it on my bed and say, "What has been happening?"
Vee, apparently a lot in the last 3 days. Just rest. I'll get the door. As I make my way to the door. Open the door.
I sighed and say, "I don't think he'll ever tell me."
And when you open the door, it's Melno again, and he's with Syra, a female that works at the palace. Also, you know her well. You also know Syra. She's always been friendly with you. She always tries to get you to come play with the other girls, but you never do. And when they open the door, you see her behind Melno, and she kind of gives you a little smile and a wave. And Melno starts speaking immediately. He says, "Jibo, in a few hours we're going to meet at the town square and talk about the elder and what to do, and the funeral also. Will you be there?"
I will. You have my word.
And then he puts his hand out, and in the way of mourning of your kind, and they all say a quick word of prayer for the elder Vicna, and then they begin to walk away to the next house.
I look at my dad would say, while you're at this funeral, why can't I go and play out with the other gelflings? You always keep me locked up.
Vee, we must be careful. It's a difficult time. And your powers, there's always a reason you find to use them. And we just can't tempt fate at this time. It's very dangerous.
Well, at least tell me what the death of this elder. You're not telling me anything since I fell asleep.
Oh, it's our revered elder Vikna. Just didn't want to press such sad news onto you, but he has suddenly fallen, and I myself didn't stick around for much of the details as I've been tending to you. Please, honey, rest. Come to bed now. And I make my way with her back to bed. I'm gonna go out for a bit. I want you just to rest. I'll be back before sun rises.
I hang my head and say, fine, as I get to my bed, put on my blanket, start twisting and turning.
And at that moment, Virana, you see Fluffy jump off of the countertop and into the pouch of Jibo. And he does it in such a way that Jibo didn't even notice him jumping into his pouch. And he kind of gives you that little sly wink back to you.
I smile at Fluffy and say, don't let him know you're there. Tell me everything when you're back.
Okay, and as Jibo begins to leave, the light now from the suns are gone, and there's just a light purple and reddish haze in the sky. And Jibo, you arrive at the town square, and it's filled with almost every single adult from the whole tribe. The Kensho clan is all here to mourn the death of Vikna, and you hear them whispering here and there. And you see friendly faces everywhere with long, sad eyes and mouths. And a few moments goes by, and then finally Melno makes contact, sees you, and comes over and says, glad you could make it, Jibo.
Brother, of course.
Says, Princess Celia is here. She's about to speak.
Just happy to see all of you.
He says, yes, these are hard times ever since the crops started dying and the people started getting sick. Now the elder, what's next? He says, will you tell them of what you saw?
I cannot share much, as I don't have much to say.
And he says, what about Vee? Is she okay? She looked good when I saw her a moment ago.
Vee is fine. She's resting now. It's late.
And he leans in deep to you, very close, and he says, what of the shadow fingers? She doesn't have any, does she?
No, she doesn't.
And he breathes a sigh of relief. You know the shadow fingers to be the corruption that the ones who have been dying you've been seeing them on their bodies. It's been kept a secret. You're one of the few that know. And As he pulls away at that moment, Princess Celiana stands up in the middle on the pedestals, up near the lights hanging from the trees, and she begins to speak. And she says, "People of Keshno clan, I know that these are hard times, but we must be stronger than these times. And though we are mourning, we still must choose a new elder. We will not do that now, and I just want everyone to know that we all will still work together to get through whatever this is. We must find out what is causing this. Olga has been silent for 100 years. No one even knows where she is. But we will begin to send out groups to try to find her, so maybe we can find some answers." And then she says, "Does anyone have any questions?" And people start raising their hands, and now the crowd starts to go a little crazy, and you kind of like lose all of the detail in the audience.
I pushed my way towards the princess and her people as I am moving around and through this mass of gelfling.
And you make your way pretty easily through, and you make your way up to the horde, and you see her like putting her hands down. Calm down, everyone.
I raise my hand, I kind of wave, and I'm trying to track and make eye contact, and I yell out, "Princess! Princess!" and trying to get her attention.
She doesn't seem to notice you from the distance and angle and the commotion. And you see her trying to talk to some individuals that have pushed all the way up to her.
I don't think I'm going to be able to make it forward anymore. This is to continue like this. I look around and look back, and I'm looking to see if I can see Sarah or any of my other buddies like Melno.
Yeah, and, when you do go back, Melno is still there, and he approaches you, and immediately is like, "Did you get to her? Did you talk to her?"
No, Melno, and I did try. There's just too much going on and too many gelfling with concerns. Maybe another time, though. I must get back to Vee.
He starts to walk back with you, and as he's walking back with you, he says in a very low voice, as you're getting away from the crowd, he's like, "I think you might be the only one that knows where she is. Olga the Wise. You said you saw her 6 years ago, didn't you?"
I did, and the thing is
I believe you now.
what has changed your mind?
With all these things happening, the death and the blight and the wolf you saw, and what Vee said she saw, it's too coincidental. I shouldn't have doubted. Are you gonna go?
I'm gonna have to. There's just too much happening. Now Vikna passing, that beast in the woods. He said I would know when the time was right.
And at that moment that you're saying that, you see Sarah and two others walking with her out of the crowd. They notice you, and they're starting to walk towards you. And he sees your eyes look up, and he looks back really quick, and then looks forward and says, "I haven't said anything she doesn't know. No one knows."
You've always been a great friend, Melno. Please, keep this between us, as once they know, they too won't be safe.
And he says, he's like, "All right, good luck if I don't see you." And he starts to walk backwards and turn towards Sierra and kind of waves at them almost to distract them for you.
And I don't want to seem rude. Make my way and acknowledge Sierra. Sierra. Will you be thinking about?
Of course. What do you mean?
Well, Meldo's taking off and I have to go back to Vee. I'd like to ask a favor of you.
How is Vee? Is she good?
She's doing well, thank you. She's home resting.
She says, "We're all so sad of what happened, and I was so worried about Vee. I'm so glad that she's not blighted. I always worry about her. She never comes with the others."
Well, things have been tough and it's been hard for her since we lost her mother.
She looks down, like almost as sad, and then when she looks down, you see her turn her head sideways and look at something on your side.
I put my hand on my side as I'm tracking her eyes and look down, following almost instinctively. What are you looking at?
And just at that moment, you see Fluffy tuck his head into your pouch on your side.
Oh, Fluffy. Have you been here the whole time? Well, Sarah, you must excuse me. But before I go, would you meet with me in 3 days back at my home? There's something I must talk to you about. But first, I must collect a little more information before sharing.
She says, "Okay, I'll do that. I'll look for you." So I take it you're going somewhere? Will you not be here for the funeral?
That all depends on how soon I find what it is I'll be looking for. Though, do keep an eye on Melno for me.
Yeah. He's always so curious about everything. Well, I have to get back to the palace and take care of some stuff. Good luck with whatever you're doing. And
Thank you.
say hi to Vee for me.
I will.
All right, and she parts off, and you arrive back at home, and Vee is sound asleep, and Fluffy jumps out of your pocket and runs over and snuggles up next to her. And while you're dreaming, Vee, you see everything that Jibo saw and that he spoke of. You get all this from little Fluffy in your dream power. And you see them snuggled up over there, Jibo, and I'll hand it to you for the night.
I finish up around the kitchen, make myself a little meal, walk over to Vee, tuck her in, pet little Fluffy snuggling right next to her neck, and I make my way to my bed to get comfortable and rest.
And when you go over to your bed and you lay down, all of a sudden the ground rumbles just a little bit, and the walls shake a little bit. This is probably like maybe the fourth or fifth time you felt these tremors in the last couple weeks. You're almost getting used to them as they grow a little stronger each time. And as you're laying there and the walls shake a little, you see on your wall behind one of the pictures that you have of a portrait of your wife, you see that old map that you have drawn years ago tilts and falls and hangs out just a little bit. That map that you drew of the way to Olgra's tree.
I walk over to the picture. I wonder. And I pull the map out and fix the picture back onto the wall, straighten it, and I curiously take the map over to the nearby table and roll it out. And I speak over the map 3 times. Algra, where are you? Algra, where are you? Algra, where are you?
And when you say those words, you do see the little spot right below the tree light up, just like you remembered. And it dims away.
And I just stare into the map and almost in a dreamlike state visualize the journey that we will have to partake in, as I do feel it is that time that we see Algra.
And when you do, you have memories of 6 years ago when you left your wife to go take your daughter to see Algra the first time, and you remember your hair blowing in the wind as you rode the striders, going faster than you've ever gone before. And you remember seeing that beautiful pink tree on the side of the mountain in the summer bloom. And then the memories fade from you.
I roll up my map as I come to from this meditative-like state, and I make my way to rest in my bed for the night to get as much sleep as I possibly can, as I now have big plans for us.
And you fall asleep and you enter the dream state of the ancients. And Virana, you awaken early, much earlier than your father Jibo, with your stomach rumbling. It's a new morning.
As I sit up in my bed, I pet Fluffy and say, come on, Fluffy, wake up. I wonder what he has planned for us today. As I walk over to his bed and knock on the wall next to him.
And as you're walking over, before you knock, you can't help but notice over on the side of the bed on the nightstand is something new in the house. You see a rolled up old piece of paper next to your father on the nightstand as he snores like he usually does.
pick up the piece of paper and unfold it. I say, what does this mean? As I trace my fingers against the map, trying to figure out where it leads.
You don't really see any lines or anything of where it leads, but on the map you see on the bottom it looks like it's a picture of your house, and it says the stone and the wood. And then in the middle of the map you see another thing called the Sprighton Plains. And then at the top of the map you see a big picture. On the picture it's big, but it's a big tree that looks pink. And then behind that you see mountains. And then above the mountains you see clouds. And then all around the land you just see water, and it says the Silver Seas. And right about that moment, Jibo, you wake up. And you turn over and you see your daughter holding the map open, looking at it.
Vee, hand me that, please. Carefully. Hand that to me. I take the map from her. I start rolling the map up. You must be careful.
I look at him and chuckle and say, what does this mean?
I will show you. I open the map over my bed. This is not an ordinary map. And we are to go on a travel. This map will show us where the Great Agra is. She gave this map to me 6 years ago when you were just a little girl. Do you remember?
I stare at him and think as hard as I can. I don't really remember, but I only remember something about going to see Agra. I stare at him in confusion and say awkwardly.
And as you do that, and he had taken the map and he's rolling it out. Fluffy jumps up on the nightstand, and then jumps on your hand, and then jumps on his hand, and then jumps on the bed.
I chuckle and say, Fluffy, what are you doing?
And he jumps back on Jibo's hand, and jumps to your hand, and jumps back on the nightstand, and goes.
I look at it and say,
Now, Vee, we're going to pack up. I need you to get your things and get ready. Fluffy, he's coming with us.
He starts jumping up and down, excited, and spinning in circles and rolling around.
I giggle and say, come on, Fluffy, you gotta go pack up your seed.
Yep, he immediately runs over and starts pecking seeds out and putting them in his fur.
I make my way. I grab my longbow and my short sword, and I know that this is going to be a dangerous hike. And I grab some foods such as roast knee and some more brew nut for our travels. And I'm just trying to make sure that I take enough for me and my daughter.
I grab my bag and pack all the essentials I need. I grab Fluffy and I put him in my bag and keep the lid open so he can see. I grab a pouch of seed and try shoving it into the bag with the little room I have.
And when you're packing everything up, Fluffy actually jumps back out and runs over by your bed and runs behind your pillow, and you see him run behind there, and it sounds like he knocks something over, and you hear him
did you do now? I say as I put my pillow at the end of the bed and say, Fluffy, what
And
did
when
you
you,
knock over?
and when you do that, you see your flute was behind your bed. I guess he was trying to tell you to not to forget your flute.
I look at him and smile and say, thank you. Don't jump out again, though. You almost made me drop my bag as I put him back in my bag and try to find a special place to keep in my bag so my flute won't get flute won't get crushed.
And Jibo, while you're packing and stuff and getting cleaned up and all that, you feel something like kind of like go through you, and you feel like just a little off. You can't quite place it, but maybe it's all the commotion that's going on. You're not quite sure.
I fall to one knee. Vee, come to me. Vee.
I walk
Call out to
over
her.
and say, what is it, Pop?
There's something off. Put your hand on me.
I put my hand on him and say, being fast?
And I put my hand up to her hand.
And when you do, you start sharing memories, and you see recent memories that he has, and you see him riding on these big creatures that you've heard of but never have ridden one yourself, called land striders. And you see a big pink beautiful tree, and then again you see that wolf, and then you see your father pulling the arrow out of the wolf and him cleaning some of the blood off, and that blood gets on his fingers and he wipes it off. And then you look, and then in your vision of the dream, you zoom in on the blood, and in that blood you see a little bit of that green corruption that you saw before, and it almost has a purple haze to it even. And then you snap out of the dream.
I look at him and say, the last bit, what was that wolf blood?
Well, let's not worry about that now, though. We must make our way to that tree and past. And as you can see, that's where it's going to take quite a ride. I'm going to get a land strider for us, and we'll be on our way. Wait here till I get back.
Okay, I say as I sit down on my bed and pet Fluffy's head.
And I
Okay, good.
And I make my way out of the home to where I know I can get a land strider from one of my comrades in the town.
All right, so you remember your buddy Mago. He was way on the northwest part of town alone. And when you arrive at Mago's house, you see he's out there doing some raking in the front.
I make my way right up to Mago, and huffing and puffing, I say to my old friend, Mago, it's time you return that favor.
He
Will you help
says,
me?
Jibo, Jibo, Jibo. That was so long ago, man. Haven't I done enough?
Fine. Call this a favor. I need a lance rider. A lance rider.
He goes, oh man, we haven't had any of those in years. We haven't needed them. The best I could do for you is I could tell you the last sighting of them to the north. They've been grazing just past the river to the east. That's the last we've seen them.
Fine.
That's the best I can do. I'm pretty sure there's still some tame ones mixed in the group of the wild. You do remember the
Thanks.
call, right?
I do.
And he begins to do it, just like automatically.
I make my way back to Vee, and this way we can pick one up on the way if we do see one. So I can't keep my daughter waiting any longer.
As you walk back, you do know on foot to get past the river to the north. It'd probably be like a good 8-hour walk. And V, as you're sitting there waiting, playing with Fluffy on the bed, it's been like 30 minutes already. Seems like forever. And one of the beams of light comes through the roof on the house. It's that annoying beam of light that you have to deal with almost every single morning. And you always move your head out of the way so you can sleep for a little bit longer. But you kind of forget it, and it hits you right in the eye. And in that moment that it hits you in the eye, you get another vision of that creature again that you saw earlier. And it just flashes and it lingers in your eye for a moment. And then it goes away, and then you see those 3 suns again. And then you move your head out of the way of the beam of light, and then it's gone.
I rub my eyes and say, why does this keep happening? What does this all mean?
And then right at that moment you say that, Jibo opens the front door, and the light comes peering into the house and like blinds you for a second, and you cover your eyes.
V, we must get going. We're going to make way on foot. Were you able to pack all your belongings?
Yes, they're only in this bag.
Okay, sweetie. Let's make our way. And I make sure I have the map on my side in my bag, and we start going out the door, lock up, and make our way into the wood out of the town.
I look back and mumble to myself, goodbye, town. I'll miss the safeties.
And you begin to make your way through town, and everyone seems very down, not as cheery as normal. And you break the town, and you get into the woods. These are woods, V, that you're not used to, and the trees are really big, and the light's coming through them. The beautiful orange leaves, and some of them are pink. The big roots you guys are walking over in the forest, all the little animals running around here and there. And it seems like you travel for, I don't know, maybe 2-3 hours, and then all of a sudden your stomachs are just grumbling hungry.
Oh, poor V, you must be famished. Please, Good. Let me prepare us a snack.
I sit down, leaning against the tree, panting and say, "What did you bring this time?"
Here, let's start with some swamp water. You have to be thirsty.
I look at him and say, "Swamp water? I hate swamp water, but if it's all we have, I guess I'll have to drink it," I say as I put my hand out for the swamp water.
And as you reach out for the swamp water, you hear a voice say, a woman's voice, a very pretty voice, says, "You should always drink your swamp water. It's very healthy. There's so many vitamins and minerals." And that voice is coming from just behind you.
That's what I always say. As I then, and look behind.
And when you look behind, you can see a gelfling, maybe in her early 20s, and she's kind of like hidden behind a tree a little bit. She has gleaming white hair, and her ears are held down by a blindfold over her eyes. And she has nice clothes, but they look a little muddy, a little worn.
I look over.
Hello.
I look over and say, "Hello, who are you?"
She looks directly at you, almost like she can see, and you see her ears perk up on the side of her head as they aim towards you, and she says, "I'm Kima. I'm a cloud reader. I used to be a sun reader, but I can't see the sun anymore." And she looks down, kind of sad.
"Wait," I say, "Kima, is it? Then I probably need your help."
She goes, "Really? No one ever comes out here, much less asks for my help. Ever since I lost my sight, and no one's really wanted to talk to me much."
"Well,
that's horrible.
I need to talk to you," I say. I mumbled to my dad and say, "I haven't told you this, but it's time you know." I look back at the strange lady and say, "I have been seeing visions of 3 suns and this weird creature who has these robes that looks like it has a symbol of suns on them."
She gasps, like
I
she opens her mouth almost in panic for a moment, and she goes, "You seen Urskexis?" And then she kneels down next to you, and she begins to tell you of what she's telling you, literally what you saw. She's like, and she's describing it, and they're made of this light material, and they're like in darkness, right?
Right, I guess.
She goes, "You've seen it too." She's like, "Are you a sun reader?" And then she begins to grab your face and feel your face. And she goes, "You're not wearing a bandage."
I've never heard of these sun readers. I've only seen these visions.
And then Kima turns her head to you, Jibo, and then back to you, Vee, and asks your names. What are your names?
I'm Verena. You can call me V for short.
And I am her father, Jibo. V, I wish you would have told me sooner.
She says, these visions that you're having, I believe that it's something that Olgra talked about, called the conjunction. I think we're close. But anytime I talk about this with the people from the town, they just think I'm crazy.
I don't think you're crazy. If you believe us or not, we're going to see Ogre too.
Oh, yes, we are. We're on our way now.
She says,
Will you accompany us?
She says, no, I can't leave this place, but I think what you're doing is the right thing. I've seen this things that she saw many years ago, and with everything that's happening recently, it just all seems so weird. And then all of a sudden, she perks her ears up and turns her head back and looks, and you see her like listening for something.
What is it? I say.
Is there something there?
She says, I must go. And she turns around and kneels down one last time and puts something down on the ground. And it looks like, and then she lifts her hands up, and it's two thorny looking berries. And she says, these will heal you if you ever need it. They taste really bad though, so I wouldn't advise it. And then she begins to run off.
I look at the berries and say, well, I mean, I am good at herbalism. I guess I could try to see if she's trying to poison us or not. She seemed really nice. I don't think she would, but just to be safe, I don't even know who she is. And you're always trying to hide me, so there may be a chance.
Oh, Jibo, I see you have been learning. You're such a smart girl. She did seem trustworthy. And she said she knows of the great Alura. We must make our way and continue on our path.
And you continue on for what seems like hours, stopping here and there at some little freshwater spots, getting distracted by the wildlife that seems to become more and more prevalent, but also more and more fearful as you travel farther away from town than you've ever been that you can remember, Verona. And all of a sudden you break the tree line and you can hear the massive running water up ahead in the distance of the river. The trees are broken, so you can't really see the river, and there's some hills here and there. But you know you're close, maybe an hour.
I take out my map.
Papa,
What would that be?
I hear some water. When we get there, can we please rest? I'm worn out from walking and riding all day.
Yes, honey. Please, come here. I want to show you something. I take out my map. We are here. And I point to my map. We must go here. And I point to where we must go. But first, there will be this crossing.
What do you mean crossing? I say in confusion.
This is where it'll get interesting. We must make it across the river. And I know you can't swim yet, honey. So we have to be careful.
Oh, I really don't want to do this. Please don't make me.
Well, we can go around, but it'll take longer. And we'll have to go through a thorny forest.
Okay, crossing it is.
Good choice.
And you travel on, and you arrive at at some hills. And as you crest the hills, you can now see the river raging in front of you. It's maybe 300 yards away, and the river itself looks like it's a good 100 yards across. And you see up and down the riverside molo trees very big, long, viney trees dotted here and there along the sides. And across the river, off in the distance, you can actually see there it is. Mago was right. You see a large group of land striders way off in the distance. Looks like 4 miles ish, 3-4 miles. And the light of the three suns is just starting to get near the tops of the mountains, way in the distance.
The river is a lot faster than I remember. I will make us a makeshift boat for us to ride across. Remember, we must stick into the middle of it as we go.
Wait, I say. What if I can call over a land strider, and we could just ride across? I say awkwardly.
Oh, honey, I hate for you to use your energy. You know how weak you get, and we have a long way to go. Please, let me get to work.
And when he says that, you do notice, Verona, that from yesterday when you felt like half of your energy, you feel a little bit more of your energy back today.
I start to look down. I start to look downwards and I feel my bag for Fluffy. I look for my bag and say, Fluffy, are you okay in there?
And he peeks his head out and he gives you like the okay. And then when he does peek his head out, he sniffs around at the air. You see him like sniffing his little beak. And then you see him look down river and he goes and he ducks his head back in real fast like he's scared.
I look at my dad and say, do you think that there's something out there? I say as I try to peer over.
What is it? What is it, honey? I'm making my way around, trying to grab sticks and logs. And when she tells me this, I'm just always concerned whenever anything bothers her, because her senses usually serve her well. And so, running back to you, what is it, honey?
Fluffy's scared of something down there.
Give me a tracking check with a surprise target. See if you notice something here.
Success, 7.
What number did you roll?
A 4 and a 3, 7.
Oh, plus your tracking?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you do notice when you get to her and she said that, you notice that the wind is blowing exactly downriver.
Can you make anything out, Vee?
I don't remember this part of the forest. I've never been out this far, but something is probably down there. Fluffy never lies to me. At least I think.
I keep making my boat and trying to gather my supplies, and I'm moving a little faster as I just want to get across this river safely.
All right, go ahead and give me a few minutes pass, so give me a construction check. Give a 14 target.
Right? I rolled a 15.
All right, you gather up all the pieces that you need, and you're starting to tie some vines together to hold this thing together enough for you and V to get on. And at that moment that you're kind of like tying the last knot, you look down the river, you keep checking, and all of a sudden you do see it looks like a few sets of eyes almost reflecting a greenish tinge off of the dying suns in the distance.
Oh no! Another creature with those green eyes. This is only the second time I've ever seen this. And at this moment, as I'm making eye contact with this creature, something within me feels like a creature. And I drop to one knee and grab my chest as I have this cold-like shiver run through my body. Oh,
I put my hand on his back and say, "What happened? Are you okay?"
And at that moment that you do that, Vida or V, I'm sorry, Virana, you now also see what looks like 3 sets of eyes. They're getting closer. You see the eyes coming through little bushes and bramble by the river's edge, and they're running furiously towards you guys. You can't hear them yet, but you can see the eyes reflecting in the sun.
I hold my bag close to me and say, "What's happening?"
quickly, on the boat now. And I boost her up and start trying to push us just into the water to separate us from the land that this beast is running on towards us.
And you get into the water, and this current is much stronger than you anticipated, and immediately yanks you guys into the stream of the water as you're fighting to keep it, away from the edge and the rocks and stuff, and you finally get it centered. And about that time, your mind was so focused on the boat and your daughter, and finally that sickness feeling has gone away as the adrenaline is pumping over. And you see those 3 eyes now maybe just a few 100 feet away, and you can hear the growling. Now you can see the color of their orange fur. And right at that moment, you get just about by them. You see them hit the side of the river's edge, and 2 of them leap towards you over in the water, coming right at your boat. And we stop there for the night. We begin today with the camera above the woods near a raging river, and the camera zooms down and it looks at 3 wolf-like creatures called arduffs, and they're drinking from a little offshoot stream, and the water looks like it has a green tinge to it. And the camera zooms in on their faces, and you see the arduffs go mad, and their eyes turn green and foggy. And a few moments pass as they're running through the woods, and you see their noses raise, and they run over to the river's edge, and they begin to grunt and howl at each other, and it looks like they're onto something. Feverishly, they begin to run upriver, chasing something that they can't see but they can smell. They jump over some logs, and when they jump over, they see what looks like to be a male gelfling and a small female gelfling jumping onto a raft, frantically trying to center themselves in the river. And a couple moments pass, and the pack of arduffs get near the river's edge, and 2 of them leap across, and they're trying to jump at Verona and Jibo. And they are in the air with their claws out, and it looks like they're coming right to you. You're muted.
V, grab me. Hold on tight. I pull out my longbow, and instinctively, I pull out 2 arrows, and I try to take a double shot. One at the 2 out of the 3 that are now leaping towards us.
Okay. V, you there?
Yes.
These wolves are jumping across.
I grab my, I put my hand, I put one of my hands on my bag, and shut my eyes, very tightly, and say in a quiet whisper, why do they want us?
And at that moment, you lock the arrows into your bow and pull back, and V grabs onto you, and you see the stick that you were riding the boat go flying downriver a little bit. One of the wolves jumps, the arduff wolf-like creature jumps completely over, and the other one lands on the front of the raft right at the moment you're about to let these arrows go. Go ahead and give me that roll. We'll give you a target of 16.
I rolled a double 6. And so that would be an 18.
All right, as the one is jumping over, you shoot him, and one of the arrows hits him right dead in the middle of his chest, and the other arrow goes flying off into the woods, and the arduff goes right over your head and splashes into the water behind you, and the other one is holding on to the edge of the raft right in front of you, barking and gnarling, trying to paddle itself on, but it just can't quite get a hold. And at that moment also, you see the other one running beside up the side of the river's edge.
V, I'm sorry it's come to this, but now you must act, just as I taught you. take care of the one climbing on the boat, and I'll take care of this one on land. As I pull out another arrow and take aim at the one running beside us.
What do I do? What do I do? I say as I shake my hands. I look at my pouch and grab my knife. I stab one of the wolf, not the wolf, the wolf-like creature hanging on to our boat, hoping that it will let go.
Okay, so as you're locking up another bow and she's going into her pouch, the arduff that's on the boat is like paddling and it's actually turning the boat, and it kind of knocks you off balance a little bit when you're about to take your shot. So go ahead and give me that roll, Jibo. Target will be an 18.
That's a hard part.
Okay, so that would be a 14.
Verona, go ahead and give me the roll. You're trying to stab at the other one.
Okay. Try not to roll like a computer since I probably won't do something. Yeah, really hold on. I rolled a 6 and then I added the stab thing, so I got a 9.
Okay, so when you go over to start stabbing at him, he looks at you and Fluffy jumps out of your pouch and starts chirping at him too, and he sees you coming at the knife and you're stabbing at him, but you're not really hitting him. You're like hitting by his feet. And when you stab by his feet, he kind of lifts one of his feet up, and the current pulls him off the boat, and he starts he's in the water now, like getting pulled away. And then when you shoot that arrow, the boat was just turning too quickly, and the arrow flies off into the overhead canopy, and now the boat is like turning sideways, but you're moving more towards the center of the river now.
I grab Fluffy from the boat and put it back in my bag and close it and say, Fluffy, don't jump out. You could fall. It's really dangerous out here.
Vee, take a knee. Duck. As I feel the boat turning to the side after missing with my second arrow, I now flail my longbow in the air, swing it one time, and I want to swing and smack the wolf right in the face with the long opposite end of my longbow.
All right, go ahead and give me a roll.
Take a knee.
6.
I rolled a 6. And
all right, you swing at him, but the boat is turning and he's swimming away now towards the opposite shore. He actually got across you, and now he's actually swimming to the other side, the side that you guys want to go to. And then you're swinging at him as the boat's turning, but you're unable to hit him, and he gets caught up on some rocks, and you go past. And the one on the side is kind of still running with you a little bit on the other side, and the other one that you shot you don't see anymore at all. And as you're going down this, also you're starting to go back into the forest a bit, so the trees are starting to get thicker again.
I look down and take note of where Vee is. Vee, are you okay?
Yes, I have a plan. You have to bring us to the other side, though.
Stay in the middle. I'm going to paddle the boat a bit. And I use my longbow to try to navigate us through the water and continue drifting a little bit as I slowly veer us in the direction across the other side of the river, which may take a bit with this fast.
You're doing
River
that,
flow.
and you're actually controlling it really well with the bow as you're going along, and it's working very well. And you're starting to get more to the other side, and then all of a sudden, as you're going, you steady yourself one time, and your bowstring snaps and almost hits you in the face. You're able to move out of the way really quickly.
I steady myself and take note of how much further I need to go to continue drifting across, and I continue using the longbow itself to steer this craft.
And as you steady yourself, and you're almost 20 feet away from the other shore, but you've probably traveled a few hundred feet downriver already. Vee, you notice as you're looking along the side, you see what looks like to be some eyes in the bushes along these tall trees with the big vines hanging down. You notice a couple sets of them.
I say to myself, oh no, not another one. As I put out my hand, as I put my hand on the side of the boat, getting ready to jump out when we get to the other side.
And when you're doing that, you do notice that the eyes aren't green, though, that you saw. The eyes looked white. And then about that moment, Jibo, you're able to get the boat safely to a little cove under a big tree with lots of vines hanging down, and what looks like a good safe spot to dock. And as you're doing that, you look across and you see that last arduff kind of look across, makes a howling noise that sounds really far away, and then you see it turn and run into the woods.
As I'm grabbing vines and pulling the boat closer to the other side, I immediately then jump off and start slushing through the side of the water about half thigh deep, coming in and pulling the boat all the way across. Vee, come on. Hop onto me.
I hop onto him and say, do you want to know what my plan was? Well, when we get to the other side, it's the side we need to go to, right? I could use my plant control power to tell the trees to make a barrier so then they wouldn't be able to get to the other side as we can run to a safe place.
Definitely. As of now, let me check the map and see where we're at. We've drifted quite a bit. We drifted quite a ways. And I pull out my map and just kind of realign myself and to my location.
And when you look on the map, you do realize, like, you see yourself, you see where you kind of thought you were on the river, where the river was closer to the plains. And you do see you're in back south a little bit more. Even though you've crossed the river now to the east, you're back south a little into the wood a little bit, but it's not that far to break the wood again. And then and about that time that you get your bearings and you catch your breath, you hear the other arduff coming down the river's edge on your side, the one that swam across. You hear him barking and growling, and you can actually hear his footsteps and him running through the bush now.
I'm wondering, Vee, how much time do we have? It's going to take me quite a bit to reset my bow. We better scurry off. I don't think we're going to stand a chance against these arduffs.
Well, then we better get going, I say as I as I grab his hand and start to dash into the forest.
All right, you guys, as you begin running through the forest, you notice the forest is definitely thicker here where you are now than it was before, because you were almost breaking the edge of the forest before. So you're jumping over vines and roots and stuff. And you notice as you're running, this arduff is getting closer and closer. And you kind of break into an area that the ground is a little bit more flatter. That's now you're away from the river. And you see all these white circular puffy flowers. And as you're getting closer to the puffy flowers, they're standing up.
As we're running through the forest, I put my bow back into its holder and I pull out my short sword, and I'm kind of using this as we go along to move anything out in front of us and to just kind of have something ready. V, keep up. Now's not a time to slow down.
Okay, as you're running through, you hit a couple of these puffy flowers, and when they puff behind you and you're running, you see like a hazy mist, but it's white and sparkly poof out, and then it like fizzes out into the air, and a whole bunch of these are now like clouding as you're running behind you. And V, give me a herbalism roll to see if you kind of recognize what these flowers are.
I got a 13.
You're not exactly sure. You've never seen these before, but you've heard of these before from other people that you've learned herbalism from. And these are called sleepy pods. When they pop, the stuff that comes out of them can put people to sleep and animals.
I say, wait, as I pick a couple of these flowers, making not sure to touch the top of them. If one of them come, we can set these off so that it wouldn't be able to see us, and it might even fall asleep by chance.
And even as you're saying that and grabbing them, you see the arduff coming through the bramble and the bushes, and he walks into the cloud of smoke, and you see him getting drowsy and actually falling over, and then he falls over to sleep. And then you can even see a couple little animals and toad-like creatures and birds all land, and they're all sleeping now in this dust. And then at that moment, the wind changes a little bit, and this dust is now starting to blow towards you.
I grab V by her clothing. Come on, honey, keep it moving. We got to get away from these before we too fall asleep. And I make our way away from this little field of these flower-like plants, or these plants that are putting to sleep.
All right, you grab her and you're towing her along, running through the forest, and you feel yourself drowsying a little bit, but you're able to fight it off. You don't feel like you got too strong of a breath of it, and you guys you lose track of time. You're just trying to run from this thing, and then as you're running, you see up ahead light that doesn't look like daylight. Even though it's getting a little bit later, you see a light up ahead that looks like lights of fires. And about that moment, you notice that as you're looking through, your eyes focus in, and these creatures seem to come out of nowhere right in front of you. And they don't look scared of you for any reason, but they look curious, if anything, and their heads are tilting sideways. There's tall ones, short ones. They all have different furs, eyes in different locations, and They're all chirping and making weird noises that you don't understand or have never heard before.
I look at them and say, "Well, look at them. I could try talking to one if you wanted."
And right at that
I
moment,
don't know.
you do that, Fluffy pops his head out of your pouch and makes a few chirp noises. And then you notice a whole bunch of side ticks just come out of nowhere, and they all start chirping and stuff, and you see Fluffy now going crazy in your pouch. Looks like he really wants to get out.
I tell Fluffy in a silly but firm way, "Okay, you can get out, but once we're heading out, you have to get back in my pouch, okay? And don't get mixed up with anyone else," I say, as I slowly let him out of my pouch.
And as I'll let you go in a second here, Jibo, but I want to give you some more information real quick. As she's doing that and you're catching your breath again, you feel a weird itchiness on your arm, and then you get that wave of sickness again that you've been having. And as that's happening, these creatures are slowly moving towards you, but not intimidatingly at all. Very curious.
Seeing these creatures and looking at their eyes, they're not green. I sheath my sword. Animals of the wood. Do you understand gelfling?
They don't seem to respond to you, but when Verana releases Fluffy runs right over to the group of the other side ticks, and they're all dancing around and doing some kind of communication.
Oh.
And now the creatures from the forest are now just in front of you, and they seem to stop kind of talking so much, and one of them's talking to you, but you don't understand anything it's saying.
As this animal is talking, I'm rubbing my chest and massaging my arm. Something doesn't feel right. I'm feeling it again.
I hollow over to Fluffy. "Fluffy, come," as I put down my hand, waiting for him to come. What do you mean you're feeling it again?"
It's like being bitten, like something poisonous, and I just don't feel right. I got another cold chill through my body, and my arm's starting to go numb. These animals.
Now they're like touching you. They're up close. They're touching you, and they're kind of talking low voices. And while you guys are doing that, and one of them's touching. A couple of them are touching Vee on the back, and they're like looking at her back. And now you see them. They kind of look confused a little.
Hey, that's enough. Away from her. In my protective instinct to keep her powers secret, I kind of jump around them and put my arm around her. Shoo now, shoo, go away. Come on, Vee.
Fluffy and grab him, put it in my pouch. I say, "Wait, I have to get Fluffy."
Yes. Fluffy, come on. Let's go. We have to keep going. You animals of the wood, if you can help guide us back to our path, it would be much appreciated. Would you know the way? And
they tilt their heads sideways and look confused for a second. Then they start speaking amongst each other, and they don't seem to understand what you're saying. And then they look down at the side ticks, and a couple of them bend down, and they make some noises between each other, some chirping noises, and then they seem excited all of a sudden, and they start walking. They just start walking towards a direction. Looks like the direction kind of you were going, but more, a little bit more west, back towards the river.
Oh, I guess they're gonna help us.
I
Oh,
hope-
nice.
I hold Fluffy in my hand and pet him softly and say, "Where are they going?"
Fluffy doesn't give you any response. He just chirps and stuff excitedly.
And
I look at him and say, "You don't want to talk? Okay, I guess. I have a weird, confused, strange feeling."
and I grab V's hand and we kind of follow along. This direction feels right, V. This is my approximations of where we would need to go to get back on our path.
And as you're saying that and walking a little bit, a few minutes have passed, and you see them like all turn towards you at the same time, and then they all move to the side like they're letting you walk by.
Oh, thank you. Before we continue, excuse me, if we could have a moment. There's something I need to do. And I tend to my longbow to restring it.
When you do start checking your longbow, you realize that the bow string snapped a little bit too far in the center to be pulled again. It would arch your bow far too much to be usable.
Oh, shucks.
I said, "Wait, if I could try showing you, what would be."
Your mic is breaking up.
I said, I put my hand up for the longbow as I say, maybe I could sew you a new string. What material would you use?
Well, I would typically. Well, if we found a land strider, perhaps I could use some of the hairs from it. Though I would need something long and durable and stretchy and elastic. Yes.
And at that moment,
strider's hair.
And at that moment, you're interrupted by the ground shaking below you. It's another one of these earthquakes. And all the creatures, all of a sudden, you almost don't even see it when you're looking around. They just fade into the background of the forest and the roots, and they disappear, and all the side ticks go and disappear into little scurry holes and stuff, and all the sounds of the forest all of a sudden go quiet as this rumble passes. It takes about 15-20 seconds, and it's the heaviest one you've heard yet and felt yet. Now
the ground is rumbling. I instinctively grab onto V with both hands, and we're kind of huddling in our own little circle as all this is happening. And I use my longbow now as a walking stick, seeing as it's going to be useless otherwise for now.
I completely forget about the earthquake and seeing the creatures fade away, as I try to remember our last conversation and say, remember that special string you used to always give me for my birthday? I think I may have some of that. It would be a perfect material for a bow, nice and sturdy.
Sure, check. It would be amazing if you brought that.
I dug my hand through my bag as I pull out and say, "Aha, here, hand me your bow. This will not take long." As I took out the other wires and started pulling and stretching and hooking this new wire around his bow.
All right, give me a. Let's do a sewing check with a target of a 14.
Okay. So I got a 9, and then I added the 8 for my sewing, so I got a 17.
All right, go ahead and narrate it.
I pulled the strings and hooked them through like the little hole on the bow, so it could stay. After I'm done doing that, I hand the bow back to him. It was nice and sturdy, and it kind of just looked better than it did before because of the strong, unbreakable, really, material I used.
All right, she hands the bow back to you, and it looks actually like it would work.
I hold the bow and I pull the string a couple times. Ding, ding, ding. And I feel the tension of my bow.
It feels like it would get a shot or two off.
Excellent work, Vee. Excellent.
Thank you, I say. It was not really that hard.
I can't believe you had that in your bag.
Never leave without it, I say with a chuckle.
You really do always come prepared. Such a smart girl.
Including when we're gonna have these long journeys. I wish we were back at our home.
How are you doing with everything happening? I'm so worried about you. And how do you feel?
I feel fine. Why?
Well, I mean, there's just been so much happening, and after this whole chase and you recovering, it's just, we still got a long way to go. You hungry?
Very.
When you say hungry, off in the distance, back way the opposite direction the opposite direction of where you're going, you hear the howls again of the arduffs way off in the distance.
I sigh and say, I guess they're hungry.
You're right. And by everything that's happened, they want us to be on the menu. Come on, let's keep it moving, and I'll look in my bag and see what I have.
I take Fluffy out of my bag and I nestle through his fur. I said, I saw you put some seeds in here. As I grab some seeds from his fur and feed it to him.
And as you're doing that and you're looking through your bags and feeding Fluffy, all of a sudden you're feeding him and he just his eyes go wide and he pops back in his bat and back in the pouch and the seeds fly out and land on the ground. And instantly, Jibo, you see something ahead of you. This was the direction that these creatures were leading you. You see something ahead that looks on the ground. It looks black and purple.
I looked to the direction that he was looking, that my dad was looking, and saying, "What's that?" As I pick up the seeds from the floor and put them in the pouch of seeds I had.
Oh, that beautiful shine. The color. I've never seen anything like it.
Me either, I say as I mindlessly walk towards it.
And as you do get closer, you actually never have seen anything like this. And when you get closer, it looks like to be the arm of some kind of giant crab that looks broken off, laying on the ground. And out of the back of it, you now instantly see there's like the ground around it looks like it's all like decaying and dying, and you see some green fluid coming out of that piece of the arm. And then that green fluid, now that you're getting a little closer, you see is like just spreading in the ground, and there's actually a little stream off of the edge where it's going into that stream that was coming from the river.
I gasp and say, "We gotta move this arm." Without touching it, though, I say as I stare at it and tilt my head a bit, trying to observe it.
I don't think we should touch it. Here, grab a stick and let's poke at it a bit.
I look to my bag as I change into my thick boots, so none of that weird green stuff gets on my feet. I poke at it with a stick as I stare at it, just thinking what it could be.
I'm at this point looking around and looking up, and now I just feel like there's something that might fall out of the sky. Why is this just laying here on the ground? Be careful. And I'm looking around, trying to see if I can feel anything or hear anything. Or
When you're looking around and you do look up, and you're looking at the tangle of the branches and the vines hanging down, you also notice that it's beginning to get late. The three suns are starting to set, and you do see a couple of giant bugs up on the tree, black and red, but they don't look anything like this creature. You've seen these creatures before, and you see some birds and stuff flying away. Other than that, you don't notice anything.
I don't think we should mess with this anymore. Let's go around and try to find somewhere that we'll be able to camp for the night. It's getting late and we need to find somewhere safe.
Wait, I say as I quickly open my journal and write down the directions we went so far in the forest, so I could keep track of where we're going.
And as you're doing that and walking around this giant black claw that's got like purple veining in it and things, you see the corruption that's like growing all around it and spreading as you're walking wide around it. And you see this one white flower that's setting almost in the middle of the corruption. And you notice around this one white flower that none of the corruption is getting near it. It's almost like pushing it away. And it's a flower you've never seen before.
I look at the flower and try to match it with all the other white flowers that looks close to this, but I've never seen anything like it.
And as you do get closer, you see it looks like it's like the cup is like sideways, and it looks like flipped over, and it's white and green, and it also has a little bit of tinge of purple to it, but not like the purple on the arm. But it definitely seems like this flower, for some reason, is holding this blight back. You don't see any other flowers like it around either.
I walk towards the flower as I see if there's any seeds I could pick off of it, so I could try to plant it somewhere else. And I say, "Hey, look at this. This flower looks like it's somehow repelling this green weird corruption."
You're muted.
I come over and looking at this flower, and I instinctively go over to it and bend down and smell.
You don't smell the flower in particular, but you do smell an almost sulfur-like acidic smell that's coming from the corruption and the blight. Now that you're down near it, this is the closest you've ever been to this stuff, besides the wolf-like creatures. And when you do bend down, and you're near him, Verana, you do see 2 little seed pods off the branches that are each have what looks like to be a little seed.
Out of my bag, I grabbed a little pouch. I grabbed an empty pouch and put all the little seeds in it and close it very tightly and put it somewhere very deep inside my bag so Fluffy won't eat them.
And as you're placing those inside and you're examining the flower, Jibo, and you see her do this, again you hear the sound of the arduffs off in the distance, just a little closer now.
Now we can really get going. But somewhere safe. I don't want to get eaten.
Yeah. I feel as if these arduffs are hunting us at this point. I hope they don't have us locked in on their scent. Let's keep moving. And I hold her hand and kind of pull her along to move with haste. And I'm now walking around through this wood, and I'm looking for an area that we can possibly climb up and camp for the night.
All right, and you move through this forest quickly, adrenaline rushing, and you feel yourself getting farther away from the address. It almost seems like maybe something caught their attention and you haven't heard them for maybe a half hour or so. And as the light begins to break behind the mountains, you get just to the edge of the break of the wood. You can see it just ahead. You can see the fields through the mountains.
I'm looking around as we are traveling through, and I'm deciding this is where we are going to have to camp. Vee, I'm sorry we've gone this far. It's time to rest. And I just instinctively start grabbing a few things to make a forest-like tent that us gelfling are accustomed to making in these woods.
All right. As you're setting up camp, you do feel like you still haven't heard anything in a while. Just the sounds of the wildlife. Everything seems normal, and this is a part of the forest that you've never been to, and the wildlife all here is curious. And as you're setting camp up, you see all kind of eyes popping up here and there.
I mumbled to myself, I don't know what, but I think these creatures are stalking us or something.
And when you say that, Fluffy jumps out of your bag just as you're finishing setting up camp, and he starts pulling seeds out of his fur that he packed earlier and starts eating them.
I make a little campfire and start preparing some supper for us. Vee, could you look around and see if you can find any edibles for us around here? Any plant or seed-like things that we may be able to feed off of?
Sure, I say. I'll try to stay close to camp. As I walk around, looking at the bushes, trying to find if they had any sort of berries.
Yep, and as you leave, Fluffy quickly runs over to your side, then runs up ahead of you, sniffing around. And you do find all kind of berries and even some mushrooms too. Did you hear me? Sorry.
No, could you say that again?
Oh, Fluffy runs by you and starts sniffing around, and you walk around for a few minutes, and you do find some berry bushes and even some mushrooms.
I pick all the berries and mushrooms and whatever I could find that looks edible. As I pick up Fluffy and say, Fluffy, don't go wandering off. As I pick him up and hold him and make my way back to camp, for there will I expect the berries.
Yep, as you're getting back to camp and you're looking at the berries, they all look really, really good. And you guys even got a little camp by a little patch of water, so you can probably even clean them off if you wanted to. And when you get back, your Papa Jibo has camp all set up and a fire going.
Ooh, this is nice. I say, look, something you could pay for.
Yeah, little campsite out in the middle of paradise. You would think. What did you find?
I found all these bears and all these boxes. I even managed to find Fluffy on the ground.
Little Fluffy. Let's clean these and prepare them.
Shouldn't I check them first? So
yes, you do that, and I'll wash.
Okay.
And we make our way to the little stream.
I'm gonna roll for the. Wait, do I roll?
No, you don't have to, because you know what these berries are. You would you only roll if you need to know what something is. No, these are safe. You've eaten these before. The seeds and the thorn berries you've never seen before.
I washed the bears third, making sure not to squeeze or pop any, as I don't want to waste this food, because it's probably the only one we're gonna find in maybe hours. So, when I'm done washing them, I serve them in a little bowl, and I put I give one to Fluffy for a taste test, and I hand it both to my dad, and I make a small little bowl for myself.
These are perfect. And those mushrooms, they'll go perfect with the soup I'm making. And I take what I need and I make my way back to the fire stove and finish preparing our dinner.
I smile at him, and I smile at my dad and say, "You know how much I love mushroom soup."
And as you're saying that, and you look in his direction, you're looking in the exact direction where the three suns are setting off in the distance. You can see them just through the break in the trees, right between a V and the mountains, way off in the distance, Verana. And then it happens again. You get that flash in your mind of that creature again, and it flashes and it stings in your mind, and then it begins to fade away, and then you see the three suns in there again, and then just in that moment they fade away. The edges of the suns touch the mountains as they begin to disappear behind the mountains. And Jibo, you do see your daughter get stunned and shocked here for a moment. You see her, like, she drops some berries from her hands as she's staring at the sun.
I rub my eyes and massage my temples and say that as I pick up the berries and rewash.
I come over to Vee and I put my hand on her back and on her arm. Vee, what is it? What is it, honey?
No, I just
What's
got
happening?
that weird vision again.
And this time, when you're looking at her and she says that weird vision, you notice something on her forehead right here. It looks like almost like looks like a little scar, just right here in the middle of her forehead. She doesn't.
I move and grab both sides of her face, and I kind of just move her face around, and I look at this scar. What's happened to your forehead? Did you hit yourself?
What's happened to my foot? What? I never hit myself. I don't even know what you're talking about.
And I take my thumb as I'm saying this, and I just rub lightly over the scar.
You just feel a bump, just like it feels like an old scar. You don't really notice anything else about it. And as you're doing that, you do you hear the pots rumbling and the pot that you have rumbling, and then you feel that itch again where you felt it before. Not really a pain, but it's like itchy.
Not to worry, Vee, and with it starting to get late, I move over. Come, Vee, we must finish and rest for the night. And I finish serving us and kind of just try to ignore this tingling numbness feeling this time. And we eat supper.
I say, this soup is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So then I said, what I would just go with, this would go really, really good with some berries. I say, I look at his bowl and say, I don't think you finished them, did you?
Oh, you sweet girl. I was saving them for you. And I just look at her while she's eating, and the evening is turning to night, and she just reminds me of her mother, and I tell her that.
I smile at him and say, oh yeah, I forgot to tell you this long ago. What was mother like? I can't really. It was such a long time ago.
Yes, your mother. And as we sit there around the campfire, I tell stories of her mother, and I tell her about the first time we met and how our eyes met through a crowd of people, through a crowd of gelflings in a much simpler time. And here, honey, instead of telling you, why don't I show you? And I put my hand up. Dream fast.
I smile at him and say, dream fast, as I place my hand on his.
And you guys begin to dream fast, and memories of he's showing you some new, some old you've seen. And then you're dream fasting for what seems like an hour, but it's only moments. And then all of a sudden, you feel something touch your other hand, and all of a sudden, you guys are getting visions of when Fluffy was born and his parents, and him running around the house and getting nuts and stuff. And the fire crackles, and your guys' bellies are full as you fall asleep for the night, having good dreams. And then all of a sudden you are awoken by a horrible, the worst yet, rumbling earthquake you've heard yet. The wildlife is going crazy. The big pods from the trees are falling and splashing their fluids out, and this awakens you. And Fluffy's already up and jumping around.
I get up and grab Fluffy and wrap him in my arms and say, Fluffy, are you okay?
He chirps that he's okay, but he seems really panicked. This rumbling is still going. This one almost seems like it's lasting a minute.
I wake up and scurry to my feet and make my way to my daughter, Fluffy. Oh, things are starting to get much worse around here. What's happening? And I hold on.
Even falls off the cindered fire. You hear trees cracking even in the background. Doesn't sound good.
I look around and grab the few things that belong to us, and I make sure the fire's out.
I pack up my things.
Kick some dirt on it. Mm-hmm.
I pack up my things and I stuff them tight into my bag. As I put Fluffy in my bag also, and try to take down our camp a bit, so nothing gets stuck in it or anything. We got everything. As I look, as I have a worried look on my face, and I look back.
All right, as you guys scurry and you get the camp all broke down and your belongings, just at that last moment, the rumbling ground does seem to fade right as you pick up your last things and get ready to start moving.
And I hold on to Vee, and we make our way out of the clearing, out into the clearing from this forest where we were camping on the edge. And I'm looking around at the destruction that this campfire, or that this ground rumbling might have caused. Seeing some trees knocked over and just trying to assess the area and move safely.
And yeah, you do. You're moving through the broken branches and the uplifted roots here and there, and you get closer to the break of the trees, and you can see, as you're breaking the trees, you can see all the birds flying, just way more than you normally would see. Obviously, they're being, aggravated by the ground shaking and all that stuff. And as you break the forest, the end of the endless forest, something you've only done a few times in your life ever, and you see the beauty of these Sprighton plains right before you. Looks like an endless amount of hills going in all directions, surrounded by mountains in all directions. And you see way off in the distance, a little bit more to the northwest, you can see what looks like a disturbance in the sky. And it looks like dark black with purple light tendrils crawling through the clouds way off in the distance.
Oh no! Vee, look up! The three brothers.
I looked up and gasped.
When you look up and you see what's happening, and you can actually see that the light of the three brothers, but it's peering through the abnormal thickness of the clouds in the sky. And off in the distance, you hear the sounds of Landstriders running frantically across the fields.
I gasp and smile and say, "Over there!" As I run over in the direction of the sound that seems to be Landstriders.
Wait, honey, wait. Where are you going? And I kind of trail after her.
Landstriders, I say, as I glance through the mountains and try to spot one.
Yeah, as you're running, you are going through the hills and stuff, and she's getting just a little bit ahead of you. She's so excited, Jibo. And she crests the mountain, or she crests one of the higher hills, and you get up on a high view, and now you can see the plains just in their glory and how beautiful they are in green. And you do see it's not very far, but pretty far. You see a group of landstriders, more than you can count, and they're beautiful and they're tall. They look like they almost look like the size of a small tree.
I run over to a one that was light brown, and I thought, wow, can we take that one?
Wait, V. Wait. They're not all tame.
Exactly, but
And
I tame them. I say as I put my hand up in the air.
And as this is happening, I make my way to V, and I let out a landstrider call.
And then as you begin calling, and she's standing there on the hillside with her hand up, you see a break in the clouds, and a beam of sunlight comes down and almost seems to like illuminate the scene. And five or six of the landstriders hear your call, and they begin to run over frantically.
It's working, V. It's working.
I say,
Just like I've told you in stories before. You're going to see these glorious animals in their full beauty and awe.
I can tame one. Watch me as I put one of my hands up and out in front of me. I say, do that call again.
And as they're walking up and they're almost there in front of you, just maybe a few paces away, all of a sudden you get a pain again in that spot, and the pain is really strong this time. And then Jibo, you hear this, but Verona doesn't because she's so enthralled in this beast. But you hear something run up behind you.
I put my hand on the lance strap on what a lance tries to think. Hello there. I'm V. We need you to get to Aga. Would you like to come with us?
And as they're talking, Jibo, this thing sounds very close now.
I'm turning around and looking, but also holding my stomach and my chest and my arm in pain, and really worried about myself at this point. And I squint through this wood to see what's making its way towards me.
And as you do that and you squint and you hear Verona still talking behind you, and you can smell that familiar smell of the landstriders. It's so close to you now, you actually hear them breathing, but you're so intent on looking at the wood, and right at that moment you see that last arduff that's been hunting you this whole time. He just breaks the wood and is now charging, jumping across the hills and the little rocks and bumps. And Verona, at that moment, you also hear one of those wolf-like creatures bark, and then you see the landstriders all stand up and like get scared, and they stand up and they start moving backwards, almost tripping over each other, trying to turn around.
I put my hand up to them and say, stay. We'll fix this problem. I look at my dad and say, come on, shoot it. This is our last chance to get a landstrider.
I shake off this ill feeling. I pull out a bow. I take aim and I tell V, See if you can mount one of the Landstriders while I take out this arduff. And I poise myself for a shot at this arduff.
And as you do, and you crouch down to your knee and you pull the bow down and you take aim, it now just leaps off of that hill just behind you and is jumping right at you in midair. And lets out a furious bark, and you see its green eyes and that green foam dripping out of its mouth.
Smirking. This animal in the air, for me, feels like a sitting target. And I release my bow, my arrow.
Go ahead and
And
give
I'm
me
shooting.
that roll. It is a target of a 15.
I'm shooting for the arrow. I'm shooting for the arduff, and I'm trying to hit him right in the middle chest, jumping. 15. I rolled a 7 plus the 6 of my longbow. It would be a 13.
And you
Correct.
shoot, and the arrow just cuts the side of his shoulder, and the arrow flies off into the little ramble behind him, and that knocks him just off to the side as he lands on the ground, and now he begins to run up the side of the hill that you guys are standing on.
I'm reaching for another arrow and heading to release that one.
And as you feel around, you don't feel anything, and then all of a sudden you grab and you feel your last arrow. And you knock it up, and just at that moment he's running up the hill, barking, and the Landstriders, you can hear them now moving farther away behind you.
I run up.
Please.
I say to my dad that, come on, you have to hit this one. If you do, I'll craft you some other arrows. I promise. But please just try your best. We need this Landstrider.
And that wolf at that moment you're talking is almost right in front of you. And it looks like it's jumping towards Vee right now.
By the power of Argo, please. And I just let go of this arrow, and I just feel like I'm tunneled in with everything on the line.
All right, go ahead and roll. I'll give you a target of 14.
That's a really hard target.
17. I rolled a 5 and a 6.
Good job.
11 plus 6.
All right, so right as the wolf is jumping off of his back feet, you nail him right in the side, and he goes tumbling off the rock, and you hear.
Not wanting this poor animal to suffer, I follow behind with my short sword to end his pain and misery. And as I make my way up to it, Vee, turn away.
I turned around and I put my arms like this and say, "Which Landstarter wants to come with us on our journey to see Alga? You'll be safe with us." That was just a little demonstration for you.
All right, and you hear her talking up on the hillside as you approach this beast laying on its side, taking its last breaths, bleeding out of its side where your arrow punctured it.
And I go up to it and be at peace. And I push my arrow or my sword through its side. And I pull it out.
And the beast takes its last breath, and its chest falls.
I use my side of my shirt and I wipe some of that blood off of it, off my sword, as I then sheath my sword and I pull my arrow out and I put that arrow back into its sack. Only this time I'm trying to be careful not to make skin contact with the blood. And I'm using the same piece of cloth to wipe off that green blood, and then I'm breaking that cloth off and saving it.
All right, and as you're doing that, Verana, one of the there was 5 Lance Riders, but only 2 of them came back over to you. The other ones ran off scared, and one of them ducks down to you, and they're so strange looking. They look like almost like gigantic, long, skinny bats with like old man faces and big whiskers. And they're pretty gray and like old and ratty looking, but they also look very friendly. They have very wise, kind eyes. And they're speaking in a language, but you can't understand the language. And one of them does come over to you and puts his hand down near where your hand is.
I look at him and smile and give out a little chuckle and say, "Thank you." As I call it to my dad and say, "Papa, I've got one." As I slowly start petting his head.
And when you
I
do
make my way over.
And when you do start petting his head, you feel that animal bond. And go ahead and make me a magic check. Your target will be a 10.
Okay, that's kind of easy. Okay, so I rolled a 9, and then with my magic check, I got a 15.
All right, so that's +5. Go ahead and you narrate it. You touch his head, and you're starting to get all his thoughts.
When I get all these thoughts, I start to smile, and I feel that the Landshark is probably happy that he's willing to let us ride him on our journey.
And that they are willing to do, and the other one even comes over in that moment and bows its head down and touches you also. And then at that moment you come up over the hill, Jibo, and you see Verana with their hands out on the heads of these 2 Lance Riders, and then at that moment they both stand up and they start like making these noises. And then they duck down like to let you jump on their backs.
I look at him and say, "Look, one for both of us. Can we please keep him? Can we please keep them?"
You're muted.
Oh.
Good work, V. Let me show you how to mount them now. And I make my way over. You have to hold here and jump up here. And I jump up and I show her where to hold and exactly how to sit best. Remember, when they start moving, lean forward.
I started to sit down and copy him the same way that he was sitting down, and I looked, and I turned my head to him and gave him a thumbs up, saying, "I'm ready." How do I make this thing move?
And then when you say that, and you're up on top of the Lance Rider, you realize you hear Fluffy down on the hill that you just jumped off of. And when you look down, you see him like looking up, and you see him shaking a little, like he's scared, and he jumps behind a mushroom. I
the Landstrider on the head and point down and say, "Can I get off really quickly?"
And he lowers down, yep, and lets you off.
I jump off and grab Fluffy and put him in my bag and say, "Oh, Fluffy, they're kind. There's nothing to be scared of," I say as I hop back on my Landstrider.
And yeah, when you get him, you can feel him. He's shaking. He seems scared.
Fluffy, it's nothing to worry about. They're not gonna hurt you.
You two, let's go. We gotta get moving. Is everything okay?
Yeah, Fluffy's just scared of the gentle giant.
Maybe you should just grab him and put him in your bag for now.
That's what I did. I say as I tap Fluffy on the head.
Nice.
Now how do I get this? Now how do I get this thing to walk?
You pull up and you click, and I show her how I click my heels right on the back part behind me.
All right,
Forward.
give me a writing check to teacher. Your target will be a 14.
And I rolled a 14.
That's it.
Right. So he shows you what to do, and he makes the clicking sound, and he shows you where to pull on the hair and all that stuff. And then you try it, and go ahead and give me a check. And I'm going to give you a +2 because of how he showed you. So that brings your writing to a 6.
Me?
Yep. And your target will be a 14 also.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so 14?
Yep.
Okay. I got a 15.
All right. You guys both rear back and click the Landstriders, and you see that she just takes off a little bit better than you. And
All right! As I yelled at her and cheered. So proud of you.
I smile and say, "It's just like how I used to ride your back when I was a kid. It's easy."
and as you begin going, the Landstriders break the edge of the broken hills and the last of the trees, and they hit the open plains. And they just begin to pick up speed and go faster and faster, and your hair is whipping through the air as you remember it's just like last time.
I don't look over, but I tell my dad, "By the way, when we're done with this journey, can we please take them home? I have a perfect place to put them."
I laugh out loud and just kind of yell, "Hold on tight!" And I just go with that Landstrider. As when he goes forward, I really lean into those forward lunges, and when he's pulling back, I'm leaning back, and I'm just all out gleaming and smiling. I just feel free again as this thing just starts picking up speed, and we just are running at top speed.
I lean forward and I feel my hair blowing in the wind. I say, "This is really fun," as I feel Fluffy seeing his little fur blow in the wind.
Yeah, he peeks his head out, and he's getting all blown and stuff, and then he just jumps back in. He doesn't really like it. And then you guys are traveling for what seems like minutes, but it's been hours. It's just so fun riding this thing and seeing the beautiful lands. And off in the distance, you see that mountain where the clouds are now going, slowly moving behind you to the side. And you travel on some more, and then way off in the distance, you can see a pink dot up on the side of the hills with the oceans gleaming behind it with the small mountains. And that is the tree that you know where Ulgra lives. And we will call it a night right there. We begin today with the camera above the clouds, above these new dark clouds, seemingly reaching out, long purple tendril-like lightning flashing through the clouds for miles over this main central mountain way off in the distance. And the camera flies by some strange-looking birds flying away and goes nearer and nearer that mountaintop. And you see the clouds wrapped around the mountaintop, and you see a large purple glow coming from the top of the mountains. And there's some strange other-looking lights all around it. And the camera begins to back away and fall through the clouds, and you see the mountain just slightly shaking and rattling as some beams of light seem to come towards the tops of the mountains. And then the camera fades through the clouds, and now you see the valley below, slightly a little darker than it would be at this time of day. And the camera turns to the fields that go on for miles, and you see a large group of Landstriders running, looking like they're joining up with a smaller group of Landstriders. And then the camera switches to two gelflings riding two Landstriders, looking very happy with their hair blowing in the wind and big dust piles flying behind them as they're going as fast as they can. And Jibo and Verana, you've been riding for a while now, and you see this darkness off in the mountain now clearly behind you more, and all kinds of birds and wildlife and animals are starting to join you on this run, and you see a large pack of Landstriders catching up to you guys very slowly, but they're catching up. And at this point in your journey, you're starting to feel a bit hungry and tired. It looks like the tree's not too far off that you've been going towards in the distance.
I make my Landstrider go into a slow trot and say, "Can we take a bit of a break? We've been riding for hours." I say.
Hey, yo! I yell at my Landstrider to slow down, and I dig my heels, as I should, to slow this amazing creature down. And I come up behind Vee as I was kind of just following along and letting her take the lead and slowing down and catching up to Vee. Ooh, oh, everything all right, Vee? You hanging in there?
I just want to take a break. I'm so tired and I'm hungry.
And when you're saying that, and he's pulling it behind you, and the smoke is, and the dust is catching up a little bit, and you turn around, V, to look at your dad, and behind you in the distance, immediately you see the three suns in that triangular form. Now that your angle is different and they're out of the clouds, and immediately you go into another vision again of these creatures, but this time the vision is stronger, and you see the suns, and you see these creatures, and you begin to like go into a vision, and the suns are around them, and then you see a whole bunch of them all of a sudden in a circle, and then you hear them talking, and then you actually, now all of a sudden you're on the ground walking up to them.
As I walk up to them, I feel a bit confused of why there are so many of them, and I just want, and all I want to do, as I'm having this vision, all I want to do is just walk towards those sticks and see what's happening.
And as you do begin to walk towards them, you feel right here on your forehead, you feel like a burning, and it feels like it's going deep into your mind. And you also feel like an itching on your back also. And these creatures, as you're walking forward, all of a sudden they all turn towards you and look at you. And in your mind, you can hear a strange language that you've never heard before. But then the words change a little bit, and they say, Virana, come to us.
I put my hand on my forehead and start rubbing my head, trying to make the pain go away, as I very slowly walk towards them.
And when you rub your hand like this and you pull your hand away, you see light on your hand that's coming from your forehead, and it's like making your hand glow. And then when you see that light on your hand, you get a bright flash. It's so bright, it's blinding you, of the three suns. And then it goes away for a second, and then all of a sudden you're now standing in the middle of these, you don't even know what they are. They're like some kind of angels, gods, maybe aliens. You have no idea. They're made of light, and they're floating all around you.
I look at the one in front of me and say to myself, am I a sun reader?
And when you do that and you ask that question, all of a sudden you can now understand what they're saying, but they're not talking. You can only understand it in your head. And they say, yes, you are the next sun reader. We are the Orskex. We are coming. And then all of a sudden the brightness of all of them like starts getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And then all of a sudden you feel like you're backing away, pulling away, and that light is just bright. And as it pulls away, that light begins to form a sun, and then the other two suns. And then as you're pulling away, you also see like some writing around the sun, but you can't tell what that writing says. It looks like symbols and some kind of cryptic language, and you're being pulled away.
I try to stop myself from being pulled away, because I try to figure out what these symbols were. So I reach my hand out, trying to see if there's anything I can grab a hold of to stop being pulled back up.
And when you put your hand out and try to stop yourself, all of a sudden you feel yourself stop, and you feel yourself go like this, like jerking forward and backwards. And then all of a sudden the symbols go away, and you just see bright light. And the scene changes, and Jibo, you see Virana, as you're catching up to her, slow down, and she turns and starts talking to you, and she's now just like staring into the sun, and you see a bright light all of a sudden flash on her forehead, and you see her have her hand out, and she seems like paralyzed for a moment, and all the birds and stuff all of a sudden start flying off, and you see her like lose her balance, and she's beginning to fall off of the land strider, and the land strider's like all clumsy under her, trying to like balance and stuff and spinning in circles. I think you're muted.
As I'm sliding in with my land strider, as I was catching up to her and coming into her and communicating, I want to now seeing this jump from my land strider, attempt to jump onto her land strider and try to catch her.
All right, you begin speeding over there, and just at that moment, you go for the jump. You see her not trying to catch herself. She's like stuck in that motion, but she's just starting to tip over. And go ahead and give me a dex roll with a target of a 14.
18.
You got it. Go.
Being my sweet girl in this trance-like state isn't the first time, only now her being approximately 20 feet high and possibly falling, the adrenaline pumping through me, and this land strider slowing down, and my little gelfling balance and effort just leaping off of this land strider onto hers. And as I catch my little Vee with my left arm, I grab the land strider with my right and kind of saddle us both in and catch her in. And Vee, sweet girl, are you okay? What is it?
And at
settle the land strider.
And as you do that, and you get on there and you start talking, Vee, you're in this trance and you see a light. And all of a sudden, when you were trying to stop and you put your hand out, you feel like something like warm and loving grabbing you from behind and pulling you. And then all of a sudden, the light is going dark, and then you hear your father's voice, Vee. You're muted.
I start to blink myself back into reality and say, what happened?
And as this is happening, I'm steadying the land strider and kind of pulling the land strider to the side and in so that he can lower us down. Sweet girl, it's happening again.
And as you're pulling the land strider around and you start to talk to her, you kind of like turn her and look, and then at that moment you see that bright light on her forehead just close up, and then it goes dark, and then you just see the line there for a second. And then the land strider calms itself, and then about that moment, the other land striders all kind of arrive in a pack around you.
And as we lower, I dismount the land strider, carefully holding Vee, and kind of lay her down and cradle her. What is it, honey? Are you okay? Talk to me.
I don't know if I'm okay, but I think I'm okay. I say as I rub my forehead.
And I grab her hand as she's rubbing her forehead. That scar on your forehead, there was a bright light coming from it a moment ago.
I told him, I know. In my, what I think, vision, it was on my hands.
Tell me about your vision.
Well, I saw multiple or skeksis, some was weird symbols. When I touched my forehead and I got this like weird light material thing on my hand, and it started to glow. I saw very, very blinding bright lights, and it was just all crazy. There was different languages I didn't know. There were circles. I just don't get any of it.
And when you're saying that and you look up to your father to see his reaction, you also notice when you look up, Verona, you see all these different birds and creatures flying in a big circle around where you guys are, and all these animals are all around. And when you look up, you see all this. It's like, I don't know, 50 to 60 different types of animals. It's almost like they're there to see you.
Papa, I need to tell you something very important. In my vision, you won't believe me, but I'm a sun reader.
A sun reader. Like Kima?
Yes, I think.
We must get to Agra. But first, we gotta rest. Please. Have some of this swamp water. Drink up. I'm gonna prepare you some food and set some things up.
I slipped down the swamp water, and I say, "What did you pack this for food?"
As I start going through my bag, I start pulling out some of the delicious meals I packed for us. Sweetie, I even brought a little surprise just in case you really needed a treat. Here's some glow moss. And I hand her this
And
one of her favorite little treats.
And as you're handing her the glow moss, the pouch opens up, and Fluffy jumps up on your hand and just starts ravishly trying to eat the glow moss. Just super hungry and super happy. And yeah, he's holding on your hand, just trying to eat it.
Wait! I say as I break a small piece and feed it to him. You have your own food, you know. As I try to eat my food without him trying to take it from my hand.
And as they're snacking on this as like an appetizer, I'm moving around, grabbing what I need to set up a little fire and camp for us. We've just got to get some rest and before we can make it to see Agra. Are you feeling okay?
Yes, I feel fine. I say as I look through my bag to find Fluffy's seed.
And when you're doing this, you also again notice that all the birds and all the creatures, all of a sudden they start, not like in a big panic, but all of a sudden they start turning and moving away from the direction of the mountains. And you hear in the distance just a low grumbling.
I look over to my dad and say, maybe another earthquake?
And as this ground is shaking, I instinctively start making my way to be, please, honey, stay close. And I walk her back to this amazing little hut-like habitat, which for a gelfling is easy to make in these wood with leaves and bushes and trees all around. And I take her in and we set up to rest for the night after, finishing our food.
After I'm getting ready to settle in for the night, I say, oh, I forgot. I scurry through my bag, and journal what has happened. As when I was scurrying through my bag, I remembered I had my flutes.
V, would you play something for me?
Sure, I say. What song, though? There's so many different options.
Play Mama's song. And I lay myself back and settle in.
Okay, I say as I lick my lips, getting ready to play. As I'm playing,
Give me a flute check, and your target will be a 12.
trying to find my flute. 13.
Okay, as you begin to play this song that your mother wrote and taught you years ago, the suns pass again, and they start to settle behind the mountains, and all the animals and birds are now gone. Even the land striders are gone as the song's playing through the air. It's so beautiful, and you're finishing up the preparing the meal. Off in the distance, you hear a return call of the song, and you hear a low, and it's coming from not the direction that you're going towards where the tree is, but just a little more to the east.
As I continue playing, but start to step outside the little hut at the same time and peek my head out, try to see what that noise was.
And when you do come out, you look over in that direction, and then the sky is all red from the sun's going down, and way off in the distance, just like peeking through the clouds, you see like some creatures flying through the clouds coming towards you guys. Ooh, look, they look big.
I look up to the creatures and wonder my head, but still continue playing. I wonder what those things are and where they're going.
And as you continue playing, it does seem like they continue to come towards you, and they're getting slightly a little bit bigger. Still miles away, though. Still humming or singing back to you.
I continue playing, but walk over to my dad and tap him on the shoulder with my elbow and point outside. You're muted.
Huh? Oh. And I follow this cue as I was in a trance-like state myself, just loving the sound of her playing the flute. And I start like making my little way outside, hearing this return, and in that curious way following. What is that?
And right behind you scurries out of the little makeshift hut, scurries out Fluffy, and he jumps over next to you guys, and you guys all look up as she continues playing, and some time passes, and the night begins to fall, and now these creatures are within somewhat of eyesight, and you begin to kind of make some features out. They almost look like giant fish swimming through the air. And they continue to get closer, and at this point you can now count them, and it looks like there's 5 of them, and they're very large.
I slowly take the flute out of my mouth and say to myself, what are those?
Yeah.
Give me a lore check, Jibo. Your target will be a
14.
16. You've heard of large flying creatures like this out in these lands before, but you never thought they were true, or never paid much more attention to it than that. And when you and then in this moment too, when you stop singing the song, and she asks you that question and stuff, you now see them slow down a little bit, and they kind of spread out a little bit, and they stop singing as much.
As I'm looking at these animals flying in the sky, I'm really taking note at this point, and I'm trying to study their face, and I'm trying to get a line of sight and see if I can see the color of their eyes.
They still seem to be a little bit too far away from you to get those details.
I pick up my flute before my eyebrows raise in confusion and start playing the song I used to play when Fluffy couldn't sleep at night from seeing more larger animals than him.
All right, she begins playing again, and again you see the creatures again seem like they get their bearing, and now they're starting to like come down towards you guys.
I'm looking around and looking at their flight pattern and looking at their massive size. And as all this is happening, I grab Vee by the shoulder and I grab my chest, and I'm just feeling this horrible feeling go through me at this moment with all of this happening. And I don't know why, but this sickness within me is just clawing at me at this moment. And I fall to one knee.
I stopped.
You also notice when you feel this pain again, that itching that's on your arm feels like it's grown, like it feels like a larger rash under your clothes that you haven't taken off or changed in days. And also now you feel something on your leg also that's giving you a little bit of an itch.
And
these creatures are getting closer.
And just feeling that, and the crawly-like feeling, and the feeling like it's growing, I, with one arm, grab my shirt, and with my other one, I try to slip my arm, and I slip my arm out to finally take view of this and see what this itching and crawly-like feeling actually is, as I feel like this is taking me over. What is this? What is this?
When you kneel down, you kind of kneel down a little bit behind Vee as she's playing the flute, and you see these creatures coming in. And you look down on your arm, and you see what looks like the shadow fingers, little mushroom bumps on you that have like a black haze to them. This is the same thing that you saw on the others that didn't make it.
And I immediately try to slip my arm back in, and I really want to like push this back in. This is something that I don't want my daughter to see. And I, on my knee,
I look.
And about that moment that you put your arm back in, from examining yourself, Verana's standing playing the flute, and now you can see these things up close. They get close. They kind of like they got up on you so quick because you were distracted by by seeing these things on your arm, and you turn up and look, and you see they look like giant, strange stingrays with multiple tails that look like almost like elephant noses, and they look very happy and cheerful. They kind of remind you of the Landstriders. And they dip down when you're playing your song, and they start to circle around you, It's 5 of them, and now they're just going in a big circle. And their singing of the song is now so loud. It's like it's almost too loud. It's like hurting your ears a little bit.
I stop playing my flute and start to imitate the same noises they're making as loud as I could to see if they could hear me over their loud voices.
And they begin to imitate you also.
I smile and do it and still imitate them at the same time, thinking it was a bit funny.
I'm seeing this connection going on between her and these flying creatures, and I hug her on the back of her shirt. Vee, is there any way you can communicate with these animals?
I say, I'll try as I start playing my mother's song as loud as I can, as I put one of my hands up, seeing if one of them would try to touch me.
All right, give me a flute check, and your target will be a 16.
I got a 17.
All right, good. You narrate it.
As I played my flute, the things circle in closer to me as I manage to touch one and start circling around with it and saying, hello, who are you and why are you here? I tell it, I start to get messages from it and really just communicate, understand it as I stop playing my flute and start re-imitating it.
Okay, so when you do that and you stop playing your flute and you reach up and you touch one of the tendrils as it's flying over, you feel the big gust of wind from its wings, and it almost like pushes you, and your hair's flying, and you're just like in amazement by this Jibo, this gigantic creature, and your daughter touching it. And when you touch its tail and you ask it these questions, give me a animal friendship roll, and your target will be a 12.
Oh, that's not that hard. I got a 17.
Okay, so when you touch this creature and you ask it the questions, you start getting it memories of it flying through the field, and this is all happening just while the tendril is just sliding by and touching your fingers as it's flying by you, and you see its family, and you see the lands, and you see it flying around this mountains and stuff and through the clouds, and you see the 3 brothers, and it's seeing all of your memories and your journey here. And then just at that moment, your fingers pull away just as it says its name, and they call themselves the Crystal Skimmers. And then also in that moment too, when you get that and the bond is broken, then you hear them like starting to talk with each other.
I put my hand down and just look around me in amazement and say, "Why, hello, Crystal Skimmers. What a nice name."
And as I'm just amazed in all of this happening and in awe, I drop to a knee and just look up at these things, and as they're swinging or flying around, Vee, is there any way you can get one of your new friends to help take us to Agra.
I told what I was talking to as I tell him, is there any way me and my dad, as I point over to him, can ride you guys to Agra's pink tree as I point over to the pink tree?
And when you're saying that, Fluffy jumps up, runs up your leg, and then jumps up on your shoulder. And they do seem to acknowledge what you said. And it looks like they start all like saying the same thing. And they begin to circle around, and they fly off into the sky. And they're just going higher and higher and higher.
I look at Fluffy and say, Fluffy, what did you say to them?
He just says, he just like chirps like, I don't know.
I look over to my dad and shake my head, signaling him that it was a no.
It was worth a try, and wow, we can say we actually saw those. What did you call them?
Oh, I called them the crystal skimmers. When I was talking to him, he said that that's the little good.
Ah, yes, crystal skimmers. I've heard of those before. I've heard of something. I felt like I've heard of that before. Ah, well, we really must be on our way.
And about that moment
Come.
that you start saying that, you can now smell that food is just primed and ready to go on the fire. A few minutes, some time has passed during this, and also that itchiness too, like you're just fighting it.
Maybe let's finish the food that you cooked, and then we can be on our way. I say, looking over to our land striders.
And as you're going back, you can see the skimmers. They haven't left. They're just flying in circles high above, just slow, big circles.
Ah, I gobble up my food. Vee, I'm not sure if I'm gonna make it to Agra, though it is of most important that you do.
I look at him with a weird smile on my face and say, what do you mean? Of course they're going to make it. We've journeyed this far.
Yes, honey. We're gonna make it.
And the camera fades, starts to pull out of the little makeshift tent and back away from your campsite, and rises up into the sky, and you see the fields around you, and it goes higher and higher into the sky, and some skimmers pass by the camera, and the camera turns up and looks at the 3 moons and begins to zoom into them. And then the moons change into bright light, and they turn into the 3 suns. And then the camera looks back down and begins to zoom down on the campsite in the morning, and you see skimmers laying on the ground in a circle around the campsite. And the camera zooms back into the top of the tent that you've made, and you guys awake to Fluffy jumping around on your chest and making chirp noises. Light breaking in through the holes in the tent.
I rub my eyes and say, what is it, Fluffy? As I start to yawn.
He runs over by the tent entrance door and starts jumping around and spinning in circles, all excited.
I grab Fluffy from the ground and start slowly petting his head as I peek my head outside and gasp.
Yep, and when you do go outside, you see all the crystal skimmers laying around you, sleeping.
I grab my bag and put Fluffy inside there and start to wake up my dad. Wake up and look outside.
And as you're going to open the tent back up and to wake your dad up, and you see him sleeping in there, you can't help but look off in the distance, and you see the three suns again as they're rising up. And again, you have that vision. You get the burning pain in your forehead, and then you get pulled again into this vision, and you're again on top of the mountaintop with the Urskeks, and they're all standing in a circle, and they're all looking at you again, and that light is shining from your forehead. But this time you see something in the middle of them that's glowing like a purple color, but you can't see what it is. It's like in the middle of some fog and some smoke. It's like blurry looking. You can't see it.
I stare at the nearest creature, to me, and say to it, "What is that?"
He says in a very proud and very like loud voice, "The crystal of truth." And then they all say at the same time, "It is the life of thru."
I look at the other one to my son and say, "What's the crystal of truth? Is it with Alura or is it hidden?"
It is always here and always will be. And then all of a sudden you see the three suns behind them, and that light gets bright again. Then when you look around for them, they're gone. And then you hear a voice say, "But the darkness comes. The darkness comes." And then you see darkness coming over the suns, and it begins to pull you away from the suns again. And then Jibo, you awake during this.
I get up and move around a bit. And is everything okay, V?
You see her just standing there holding the tent thing open with her like mouth open, and you see that bright light on her forehead again as you kind of like get a different angle, and you see her, and she's just standing there looking straight at the suns.
And as this is happening, I move to the side of her and I gently place one hand on her back, just knowing that she's probably going to lose her balance. And I'm hoping that this isn't going to be like some of the other times. And I whisper, "I'm here, V. I'm here, sweetie. It's okay. Are you okay? Can you talk to me?"
And back in that trance, V, and the darkness is starting to come again, and again you feel something pulling you out of it, and then again you hear your father's voice.
My eyes wide as I gasp and start breathing heavily and say, "Just look outside, please. There's no time to talk."
And I follow like her lead and her request, and looking at her and her eyes and her forehead, and I slowly start looking the other way, almost scared. So what am I gonna see? And I look outside the other way, and oh my, these Landstriders. Oh, they're all around us.
And
V, what is this?
And you also notice the crystal skimmers too are all laying down, and as you're looking around too, you see all the animals all around, and they begin to get up and like lift over the bushes and stuff, and you see these giant creatures. And then also the main thing you saw though was her staring into those three suns, and as you're looking around again, you see the mountain in the background looming, and the clouds are just a little bit farther, and the purple lightning is still flashing tendril-like.
And look at the crystal skimmers. They've come. They've come, Vee.
We have to tell our land striders if they could go to August. We have to make sure we have something to ride back on.
Ah, I leave it to you, Animal Whisperer.
I smile at him as I go over to the land striders and tell them we're gonna go on the crystal striders. I point over to the crystal striders and say, you have to follow us and go to August because we need to ride back on you.
And they all begin to get up and start like stretching their legs and moving around and stuff, and then they begin to start running towards the tree. And two of the crystal skimmers are now flying, and there's 3 still on the ground, and they're kind of making like low.
I poof back into the tent and start grabbing my stuff and ruffling up our belongings.
And while you're in there doing that, the wave of that sickness and those itches all hit you again. This is the worst you've felt it yet. It's on your leg, on your arm, a little bit on your back now too.
Coming from this tent would be the loudest scream as I and let that out, and I just like drop down to both knees.
I dash into the tent and say, Papa, are you okay?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think so. This sickness, it's taken over me.
What sickness? Tell me.
And I put my hand up to her. Show you.
And he shows you, and you see these little, dream fasting. Sorry. Okay, you dream fast, and when you dream fast, you see him. You see when he touches the arrow with the blood on it, and it gets on his finger, and then you see later on, you guys are eating, and he didn't wash his hands, and that blood gets on the food. And then you see him going to the castle, or to the wooden palace. You see him going to the meeting with the princess and talking to Melno, and then you hear them talking about the shadow fingers, and this is the blight that has been ravaging the gelflings. And now you see your father looking at himself and seeing it for the first time. And then Jibo, while you're dream fasting, also you see her on top of a mountain with these angel-like creatures, and you see a foggy mist of purple cloud on top of this mountain, and you see her going through the clouds, and you see her looking at the sun, and then you see flashes of her seeing her mother and the sun, and then you guys come apart of the dream fast.
I look at my dad, trying not to cry, but I'm tearing up and saying, "We must hurry!" As I dash out of the little hut and climb onto one of the crystal striders.
And manning up, I start making my way. Let's go, honey. We gotta get to Agra. She can help. I'm sure of it. And I struggle as I make it to her and trust that she'll be able to get us on these crystal skimmers.
And she goes over and starts climbing up the skimmer, and you jump on that skimmer with her. And when you touch the skimmer again, you feel the communication with this creature, and you feel the power and the muscles, and it just 1, 2 flaps up and lifts you guys off the ground as you begin to fly through the air towards the tree. And it's so much faster, so much smoother than riding the land striders. So much easier.
I'll tell my dad. Hold on, as I lean to the side and say, "Come on, we gotta go faster."
And I take a little cloth like that I have, and I kind of wrap it around myself and Vee, and she's sitting in front of me, and I'm holding on, straddling, and I kind of give it a little knot just to settle us in so we can be in the sky and kind of like stay together and feeling the wind and the gust. And this sickness is just coming over me more and more, and I feel my eyes weakening, and I just want to take a rest, holding on.
And you're holding on, and these creatures are flying faster and faster, as fast as they can go towards this now beautiful tree that you see that you've been to before. Last time you were here, it wasn't as in bloom as it is now, and you see the light breaking through the clouds and almost illuminating the tree as you're coming up on it. Your eyes getting heavy, drowsy, and the skimmers start swooping down in, making noises, and they begin to approach.
This is it. This is it. We're here. We made it, Vee.
I make a little.
She's got to be in there.
I make a little clicking sound to tell the crystal skimmer to land.
Okay, and they do. They don't immediately land, but they slowly start to circle around the tree and get closer and closer as you go down. And then as you're flying down too, you also notice as you're turning around the tree, you also notice a big flock of all these other birds and all these other creatures that have been following you the whole time too. And as you get closer and closer to the tree, you see its giant pink leaves and its big thick branches. The tree is 3 to 4 times bigger than the biggest tree you've ever seen. You get a little bit of memories of the tree from when you were a little kid, when you came here before, and now you're getting lower and you see the big giant roots, and the crystal skimmers land on the side.
I smile at the crystal skimmer, giving him my thanks as I run off to the tree.
When the crystal river's landing and this is all happening, I unsettle the little knot that fastened that seatbelt like that I made for us, and then once she slides off, I slide off right after. Hold on, honey, wait for me. As I'm trying to catch up to her and her excitement and feeling weak. Careful.
And as you catch up and you begin to climb up this little plateau-like hill with the tree perched on top, you hear off in the distance like a sound like a drum. Dun, 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 dun.
I stop in my tracks and look over to the sound of the drum and say, maybe that's Algra. As I start walking towards that direction.
Ah, that beat. Yes. That beat. Play something.
I start to play my flute that makes perfect melody with the beat, and it just sounds like a beautiful little rhythm that we're making.
And as you continue playing your flute and walking up this winding path around this tree, and you're walking under roots and flowers are growing out, and all the kind of bramble is up on the side, and little creatures are coming out to see you as you're walking by. As you get closer to the top, you begin to hear the drums louder and louder, and they are playing in unison with you also. And then you also can hear the voice of sounds like a raspy woman singing. And Jibo, you know that's none other than the voice of Algra the Wise.
I smile and start running. And I start like peering over and moving my head from side to side to see if I could get a little glimpse of Olga and holler out. Hello, Olga. It's me, Vee. Do you remember me?
And when you pop up around and you do see Algra sitting, she looks like she's sitting on a chair with a little drum between her legs, and she stops playing and looks over at you, and she like tilts her head as to like try to figure out what you're saying because you're kind of like far away, and then you hear her, "Come."
I start to speed up, jumping over the roots of the tree, waving my hand.
And she gets up. As she's starting to get up, you see her. She's like getting up all slow and sideways, and like her back hurts, and like picking her legs up. And you see this old woman that looks like she's made of like different creatures, like part gelfling, maybe part of a boar, or maybe part of a sheep, and even parts of her arms look like they're made out of wood and tree, and some parts of her look like they're made out of earth and stuff. And she begins to come over to you, and she looks very, very tired. And she begins to talk, and she goes, Jibo, you came back, just like you said you would. Yes, Verana, I remember you. Yes, the gelfling with no wings.
I smile at Ogre and say, I probably have so much to tell you that you would like to hear.
She goes, yes, the 3 sons, they told me of your coming. And she's like, come. And she looks a little more excited, but she looks still a little tired. And then as she's saying that, she looks over to you, Jibo, and you see her turn around, and she kind of like moves some of the hair off of her face here, and you can see her eye burnt away, and you can see her third eye on her forehead closed. And when she looks at you, you see her third eye just kind of open a little bit, and she goes, oh, Jibo, are you okay?
And immediately I let out this and I dropped to a knee and just kind of, I've been poisoned by the land. I don't know. There's something I have to tell you, Agra.
She goes, Agra knows everything. And then she like throws her hand up and waves to the sky, and she goes, the darkening is coming. It is foretold in the stars. The grand conjunction is upon us. Ah. And she starts hobbling over to you.
And I go from one knee where I kind of dropped and fell, and to now falling onto both my hands and just start breathing heavy, and just her pointing this out to me and me admitting that I just being overtaken, and now it's just so obvious. I'm just starting to succumb to this. Oh, I fear this is it for me. If there's I don't know. Come to me, V.
And when you're saying that, Fluffy jumps out of the pouch and puts his little hands up on the pouch and sticks his head out and chirps a little bit, seems concerned. And then Algra now gets to you, and she grabs you by your vest here and lifts you up and goes, "Gelfling." And then she when she says that, she pulls back, and then you see her face go, and she goes, "Shadow fingers. Not good at all."
I rustle through a bag and grab one strawberry and say, "Try this. Maybe this would help a bit."
And when you pull that thornberry out, Algra lets go and then looks down at the berry and goes, "Child, where did you get that berry? Very rare thornberries."
I met a fellow sun reader out in the forest when we were starting our journey.
As she interrupts, you go, "Sun reader? You saw a sun reader?"
Yes, we
Wait,
did.
you said fellow?
Yes.
And
Well,
then she doesn't even let you continue talking. She goes up and grabs your head and then pulls your hair away, and then sees the mark on your forehead, and she goes, "Ah, Vee, a sun reader. I should have known. No wings, sun reader, of course." And then she points up and she's like, "The stars are aligned, and the suns. This is prophecy." And then she begins to pull you, almost forgetting about Jibo, and then begins to pull you towards what looks like to be an oval-shaped formation of roots that look like they go down into the ground.
I look at Olga and say, "What's that?"
He says, "Ah, the prophecy. I will show you." And then she looks over at you, Jibo, too, and then kind of tilts her head. And she says, "Come, see."
And I pick up this thornberry and I try eating it.
And when you pick it up and start to eat it, Algra immediately says, "No, don't eat that. That tastes horrible. Not enough. You need more. Come. Save it."
I look at Olga and say, "It's okay. I have two."
And her eyes, like her one eye, like goes googly and crazy. And she's like, "Two, child. One is so rare."
I say, "The sun reader told me you're supposed to eat them. He needs them."
"Ah, no one knows how to fix this sickness, and that won't do it. You need more. That's not enough."
I look at her and say, "I have something more powerful than a thornberry." I take one of the seed pods of that weird corruption flower and show Algra.
And again, her eyes go googly, and she seems stunned, and she goes, "Oh." The rarest flower of thru. Where did you find this, child?
Well, I have two of these. I put them on my bag. When we were walking through the forest, we saw this weird big crab claw.
And then as soon as you say that, she interrupts you again. She goes, oh, "Wait, come!" And then you see her. She grabs you guys and pulls you over to like a big table with shells and stuff, and it's got all kinds of pots and beakers and looks like potions and animal parts hanging and flowers and stuff. And she begins to like move stuff around and look for something, and then she finds something and she pulls it out and she goes, "Ah, there it is, moon tears. You need this and mix it with that, and it will make a potion, maybe, hopefully. Wait." And then she looks at it and then turns it upside down, like looking at it with her eye, and says, "Oh, all gone. Algra has none. Sorry, Jibo."
I put my hand on my forehead and say, "Why would you suggest it then?"
The only thing that will help. It makes everything stronger. You'll have to get more, maybe.
Well, how do you even get them, for starters?
And she says, "I will show you." And she puts her hand out to Dreamfast.
I smile and put my hand on hers.
And when you go to Dreamfast, you see nothing.
I took my hand off and give her a dirty eye and say, "There's nothing there."
Ah, nothing, everything, all the same, all the same. Come. And she grabs you by your hand again and starts to pull you towards that hole in the ground. Jibo,
I follow.
leave that alone.
And listen, Algra knows best.
And
Follow
then
Vee.
and as you guys are walking with Algra to this hole, you notice, Verana, that Fluffy jumped out at some time during this conversation, and you see him munching on a bowl of glow moss. He's just like in it, just, and he looks at you and kind of like gives like a giggle, and it just keeps going and chomping.
I I run towards him and stuff him in my bag and say, "Fluffy, don't do this. This is Agua the Wise's house. Where are your manners?" I say as I give him the stink eye as I quickly walk over to Agua, hoping that you not notice.
And she looks over and she goes, "Ah, side ticks. They love glow moss. It's okay. I have more. Come." And you guys begin to go down these long spiraling steps that go underneath the tree, deep. And then you get into this room that has a little fire in the middle. And then all on the walls around are pictures and drawings. And she begins to walk around and tell you the story of the creation of Thra, the planet that you're on, and the gelflings, and how she helped the gelflings. And then she gets to this one picture and she goes, look, come, look."
I look at the picture. I start looking at the picture and then look back at Agra.
And when you go over by her and she shows you, you see a picture of three suns above a mountain, and then it looks like there's little like lines going down to the mountain. And she goes, "Do you know what this is?"
I told you. I look at her and say, "What does this mean?"
She says, "Did you see this?" And then when she's pointing at that, next to it, you see the vision of the creatures that you saw, the Ursex next to it.
I look at her and gasp and say, "Yes, I have seen the Orsexes."
And then she jumps back and goes, "Oh, it is true, you are Sun Reader." And then she goes to the next one and she goes, look. And then she points at the picture, and you see gelflings riding on the backs of crystal skimmers.
I wet eyes and say, "We were crystal skimmers."
And then on the next picture that you see, you can't help but see it, as you see what looks like a crystal skimmer by itself flying over the peaks of mountains.
I I look at her and say, well, I didn't talk to a crystal skimmer, and I did see an image. And I think it was this one.
And when you say that, all of a sudden the ground begins to rumble and shake, and Alger immediately grabs the walls and like totally is over exaggerating it, like, oh my god, you know. And then Jibo, you are just dropped to your knees in pain right now, and these things just light up on your body as this rumble begins to fall. Dirt's falling down. The roots are shaking above you in this room. The little critters are all running into the walls.
I look at Augur and say, Augur, please, the moon tears.
I drop down to my knees and I grab my chest. Vee, you'll be safe here. Agra, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. You must take care of Vee.
I look at my dad and say, nonsense, with Augur here, we're sure to find something.
And as you're talking, the ground shaking. Agra just seems so panicked by the ground shaking, and then you hear her like saying it not too loud, but she's like, "Oh, the conjunction, the darkening, the shaking. Oh." And then she kind of comes to as the grounds to stop shaking a little bit, and then she goes, "Go, you must to the pointy mountains. That's where the moon tears are. You must go quickly."
I looked at her.
She looks over at Jibo.
I looked over to her and said, "Why don't you come with us? We worked so hard to get here, and you're making us leave."
She says, "No, Olgra can go. I'm too weak, too tired. I will make the potion. Go." And she grabs Jibo and grabs you by the hand and lifts you up again. Come, Gelfling.
And listening to Agra, I get up and remember, Vee, always trust Agra. She knows best. I'll follow you. Do you think you can get the crystal skimmer to take us where we need to go?
Yes, but hopefully they know what a moon tear is.
And I follow Vee back up the tunnel.
And you guys get to the top of the tunnel, and Algra like drags you over to like this little makeshift little couch that's grown kind of out of the side of one of the roots, and lays you down and says, "Rest, Gelfling, rest." And then she walks over back to the looks like that potion table that she was at before, and then she looks at you, Varan, and goes, "Still here, little Gelfling? Go get moon tears." And then she starts working on something, and she's ignoring you. She's just looking at stuff. No, that won't work. No, that won't work. And then you see her with the thornberry and the seed, and she puts them in some cups and stuff, and she's doing this stuff, and then she looks back at you again. Go, Gelfling. Go, hurry.
I look at her surprised and say, "Alone?"
No, you'll be with the skimmer.
Ugh.
And then she looks down at your pouch and she says, and that thing, little sidekick.
You mean Fluffy? Oh, Fluffy, you're probably gonna take all of her glow moss with you, I guess. Don't hide in your fur, please.
And I, as she put me down and laid me, I almost immediately fell asleep into a rest in this comfortable little hay-like bed and this warm blanket that she put over me. And I just succumbed to my pain and rest.
I look back at Agra and my dad and say, "Well, wish me luck as I snatch my bag from the table and start walking out to the skimmer.
And as you're walking away, Augur says, "No luck. Follow the sun." And then you get to the skimmer, and the skimmer goes moo moo and puts its wing down for you to get on.
I tell the skimmer, look, we have to get to the point in the mountains so I can get some moon tears. You know where that is?
He looks up at you, kind of like confused, and goes no, and then
No.
lifts you up, and then begins to lift you up on his wing.
I look at him and say, pointy mountains, moon tears.
And then all of a sudden, as you say that, he gets really excited and just takes off so fast, almost forgetting that you're on there. And you need to give me a dexterity check, or you fall off. Your target will be a 13.
I got a 16.
All right, you go ahead and narrate it.
As he starts taking, as he's in the air, I'm just on his wings, slowly climbing up. I managed to make it onto him as I hold on tight to this giant, amazing creature, and say, "Make sure you don't accidentally fly me off."
And he kind of like levels out a little bit and goes moo, moo, moo. And then they begin to take off. And when you look back down, and you see the tree getting smaller and smaller. And then all the birds and all the other creatures all fly up, and they're all flying in a big formation, all with you. And you begin to fly towards the mountains, way off in the distance.
I peer out in front of me to see if I could spot the mountains. As I'm looking, I just feel the warmth of the suns and just feel really happy and hope that this is not a long flight.
And you begin to fly, and then same as before, your hair's getting blown in the wind, and it feels so good. And you begin to go farther and farther over the seas, and then you can see the mountains up ahead. And when you look back over your shoulder, you see the other dark mountains way off in the distance. And you begin to fly up through the canopy of clouds. And then all of a sudden you see it above the clouds, the 3 beautiful pointy mountain peaks. And you also see the 3 suns in the distance. And then once again, when you look at these suns, you don't go into a trance this time, but you feel the burning on your forehead, and you feel some movement. And then all of a sudden you see the light is like burning your eyes, but the more you peer into it, sorry, move that over there. The more you peer into it around the edges and stuff, you can see all the writing and stuff, but you just still can't quite make out what that writing is. You don't know exactly what it is. But as you're flying on these gigantic, beautiful creatures, you notice that the sun is kind of about where the middle peak is.
I put my hand right in front of me and say, "Middle peak."
And the skimmer responds, and then as you begin to go up through the clouds, you can feel all the clouds like pulling off of you, almost like drips of water, and you see them giving a big cloud trail behind you. And you begin to make your way closer and closer to this peak.
I just stare at that peak, thinking, how am I even gonna get a moon tear, or even where the moon tear is?
And you fly for what feels like another 5-10 minutes. These things are so much bigger than you thought they were. And you get to the middle peak, and As you're flying around the middle peak and you're doing like big circles around it, you can't help but notice down at the base of the peak, almost to where the clouds are touching, you see what looks like a smaller version of the same tree of Algras, but this one doesn't have any leaves on it at all.
I think to myself, maybe that's where I'll find my moon tear. I look down to the big giant I'm riding and say, now, do you know where I'm going to even find a moon tear?
It just responds confused.
I look at it and say, never mind.
And a few more minutes pass, and now the big creature's slowly getting slower and slower, and then finally it's down near right close to where the tree is.
I look at the tree, squinting at it to see if there's any moon crystal moon tear or anything that looks close or any clues or anything.
And as you do get a little closer and you zoom in, you do see some reflecting sparkles off the tree here and there, almost like drops of dew in the morning reflecting off the sun.
I gasp and dig through my bag, seeing if there was an empty little pouch and as I'm doing that, I find one in my bag and open it, getting ready to collect these sparkly little things.
All right, you get your bag out, and just at that moment, the skimmer lands down really gently and puts its wing down on the ground. And as soon as you begin to get off, and you're really close now to the tree, you see behind the tree, off in the distance, flying towards you, a bunch of small black dots.
I say, this is probably what it is. As I start putting them in my bag and making sure that there was none left on the tree that I missed.
When you go over to the tree and you start picking these little droplets off the tree, they're like really, really sticky, almost like sap, but they're crystal white clear, and they like, when you hold them in the light, they almost absorb the light and glow. And then you're sitting there holding it and putting it in your bag, and you can only get 3 of these because the rest of them are just like thin little lines. They haven't made a drop yet, but the 3 that you do get and you put in your drop, then you look up and you see now these little dot things, black dots off in the horizon, and now they're coming closer. Now you can see they almost look like little bats flying closer and closer to you, and they're coming very quickly towards you.
I put the moon tears back into my bag and close it so that nothing would fall out and dash over to the crystal skimmer and I say, "Go on, we gotta go quick."
Okay, and as you begin to run over the crystal skimmer and you're yelling at it, "We gotta go," all of a sudden the crystal skimmer jumps up like it's scared, and like it immediately flies up, and you're like standing there looking up at it, and then around the side of the mountain edge you see 4 black dog-like creatures that have little black wings on their backs, and you can hear their wings flapping, and they're making like these weird barking noises that almost sound like a cat meow at the same time. They're like, "Meow, meow," and they're flying towards you really fast now. And then you can hear them, the other ones that were behind you. Now it sounds like those are really close now too.
I start waving my hands to see if the crystal skimmer could see me and yell, "Come on, I gotta get on you."
And the crystal skimmer seems really scared of these creatures, and it looks at you, but like it wants to help you, but immediately runs back. And then you see that little pack of the dog creatures see the crystal skimmers, and it starts chasing after the crystal skimmers. And then all of a sudden you hear behind you, really close now, the other ones are very close behind you.
I grab my knife and put it in front of me, hoping that none of them would try to attack me.
And then in that moment where you pull your knife around and you turn around to see them, you see that now they're all like almost right under the tree, and they're almost halfway to you from where the tree is. And it doesn't look like they're scared of your knife, and they're barking and flapping all weird, and they're not good at flying at all. And they're trying to fly through the branches of the tree to try to come and get you.
I put my hand on the tree and think as hard as I can. Please just wrap these creatures up in your big, strong branches.
And when you do touch that tree, at the moment you touch the tree, and you're thinking this, the the eye on your forehead opens up, and you can see the light reflecting on the tree in front of you, and you feel a huge burst of energy that you've never felt before, and you feel like you have so much control. Go ahead and give me a control plants, and your check will be a 10.
Oh, it's not that hard. I rolled an 18.
All right. I'm going to narrate this one.
Mm-hmm.
So when you touch that tree, you see your hand begin to glow, and the light and tendrils of light go all through your hand, and it goes all up into the tree, and it's going under the bark, and you see the whole tree light up, and the tree begins to bloom with these with the same flowers that are on Olga's tree, and the tree just grabs all of these flying creatures, and you just hear them all crunch, and they all go, "Rah, rah, rah," and then the tree is just growing and growing, and all of a sudden they all just disappear. And then in that moment, also you look over and you hear the crystal skimmer go, "Whoa, whoa." And then you look and you see a couple of these dogs are creatures are now on the skimmer, and it's trying to like bite it.
I wave my hand and say, come over here. I'll try my best to get them off of you.
And then when you start waving your hands like that, you notice that all of the birds that are flying also, they almost move with your hands. You see them fly this way when you move your hands, and then they fly this way when you move your hands.
I look up and smirk and whisper to myself, I have a plan. I move my hands forward to see if the birds would go towards the crystal skimmer and maybe scare the dogs off.
And they do just that. Give me a telepathy check, and your target will be a 10.
I rolled a 20.
Oh, I'll let you narrate this then.
The birds move much farther than I expected to where it's directly top of the crystal skewer, and they just start flapping their wings. A big gust of air just poofs out. They all start chirping mad chirps, and the dogs just start whimpering, and you could see the sadness and just like the sadness and frightenedness out in their eyes, and they just um and they just get off that big gentle giant as fast as they could and just started fleeing.
And they do just that, and they whimper away, and the birds are chasing them away, and the crystal skimmer comes back over to you. And then when the crystal skimmer gets near you, um, Fluffy jumps out of your pouch all happy, and you can see all the crumbles of the glow moss falling off of him, and he's like cheering. And then you see also at that moment you hear the same whimpering of these creatures flying out of the tree, and you see them flying off and away, and they're all like flying crooked and falling and stuff in the air, and they fly away into the clouds, and the crystal skimmer lowers its wing right next to you.
I I I I grab a piece of my clothes and wipe Fluffy's Fluffy's face and said, "I think you had too much blow moss for a day," as I chuckle and climb onto the crystal skimmer.
And you climb back onto the skimmer, and you guys begin to take back. You begin to take off back towards Agra's, and you get back almost. It seems like twice as fast as you got there. And when you arrive back, Agra's sitting there waiting for you at the tree, and it looks like she's kind of like got her arms crossed and she's stomping her foot a little bit. And Jibo, you come out of your slumber what seems like 2-3 hours later, and you're under these blankets and you are sweating profusely and your whole body just feels itchy and rashy and you feel very sick.
With a lot of effort, because feeling so weak, I pull some of the blankets off and I look around this little lab-like hut, and I'm looking to see if there's maybe something I can at least grab to sip on. And I'm seeing all these different bubbling potion like pots and whatnot going on, and I'm just taking in the environment.
Yeah, you see all these concoctions and potions, and you do see on that table where she was working before you passed out, it does look like a little space is cleared, and there's a little cauldron that's got some fresh stuff in it and a couple things around, and then off to the side you do see a big cauldron, big barrel cauldron filled with swamp water. And then as you see that past them, you also see Augur out there, and then you see a big commotion of flying creatures flying back in.
I make my way and grab myself a drink, and kind of in a weakened, dizzy state, I make my way out and walk up to Augur, and look around.
Yeah, and by the time you get to Augur, the skimmer with Verana lands, and the wing lowers for you to get off Verana.
I slide off and dig to my pocket and hold the moon tears high above my head like this, and say, "I got him."
And Augur's got her arms crossed, and she's stomping her foot, and she looks and goes, "Little gelfling, what took you so long?"
Well, let's just say I got attacked.
Attacked? By what? And she grabs the moon tears from you and starts walking back.
Well, I didn't get hurt, but it was like these dog-like creatures. They're pretty bad at flying, but these dog-like creatures with weird bat wings on them.
They were black?
Yeah, the wings are black.
Rakitas. Horrible creatures. Horrible. Rakitas, yes. Sorry that you had to see them. And then as she says that, she kind of ignores you and she looks at Jibo and she goes, "Jibo, what are you doing up?"
I came to and I didn't see Vee around, and I'm just so thirsty. Vee.
She says, "Rest, you must rest. I will make the potion." And then she kind of lifts you up. She's so much stronger than you in space. She like almost picks you up off your feet and sets you back down. And then she grabs you, V, and takes you over to the potion area. And then she starts to talk to you and teach you about the potion. And as she's pouring it in, mixing it, and telling you, how this moon tears enhances the power of this potion. And as that drop is dropping very slowly out of your pouch, so slowly, and then it touches the potion with the other mixtures, and then you see a purple poof, and it just like blows up in your face, poof, and then Augra's coughing, and then she holds up to you and she says, "Here it is. This will save your father."
I look at her and say, "It smells pretty good." As I scoop some of it out and put it in a glass, and walk over to my dad and say, "Here, try this."
I lift my head up, put
And
my hand down.
And contrary to what she said, it smells awful. It smells
And
like the worst bog water you've ever smelled, mixed with who knows what.
And as this drink is coming to me and the smell overtakes me, I immediately give out a cough. What is this? Are you sure?
Well, just plug your nose. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's gonna save you. Rather die or drink this.
And Augra cuts you off as you guys are talking, and you see her sit down in her chair, all slumping. She looks very tired. Says, "Drink, Jibo, drink." And then you see her like her head's like starting to nod off.
And I let my air out and close my eyes and take a sip in.
And as you're sipping that, you see you're sipping that, and Verana, you see him drinking it, and it doesn't look good. And you see off in the corner of your eye, you see Fluffy running, and it looks like he's running, and he's got something, and he's running away. He's running towards the hole that you were at before.
Fluffy, no, come back here, I say as I chase after him.
And you begin to chase him, and he runs down the steps and stuff, and you chase him all the way around. And then right at the moment where you get back into the hallway where you were, or that room where you were with the prophecies on the wall, you see him run behind the little middle pillar where the fire was. And as that's happening, Jibo, you take that first sip, and this stuff tastes atrocious. It's thick, it's thorny, it's hard to swallow, it's pricking the sides of your throat.
I take that potion down and I cough and I sit up and hold my stomach, and I then pull my shirt to the side and I look at my rash and my skin.
And as you do, you see, you're looking at it, and you feel the heat and the warmth. You feel the warmth of this potion going through your body, and a little bit of time passes as you're looking at him, and you hear Algra snoring so loudest snore thing you've ever heard. You almost thought it was the earthquakes again for a moment, and then you see the blackness on these shadow fingers just slowly starting to go away, almost like a powder's falling off of them, and they start to just so slowly lower.
In amazement and relief and in thanks, I just start breathing slowly in and out, and I starting to feel some of my energy come back, and I put my feet over the bed and I just sit there breathing in and out, and I call out to Vee. Vee,
Vee, you're downstairs, and you just saw Fluffy poke his head back around the fire, and you hear your father call, and you hear Fluffy snacking on something.
I say, Fluffy, come on, it doesn't matter. I can tell you're eating glomas. Just, I'll let you eat it. Just come with me. I say as I put my hand down, waiting for him to jump on.
And he reluctantly jumps on your hand, and looks like he finishes that little piece of glow moss before he does, giving you some attitude. and a little piece even falls off, and as it's falling, he grabs it real quick and eats it, and then jumps on your hand. And then when he jumps on your hand, you see him lit up like a little bit more than he normally is, and you realize that your eye has opened up again, and it's making the room glow, and it's getting brighter and brighter. And then Jibo, at that moment, you're calling for your daughter. You see in that tunnel a light starting to form in that tunnel, and Algra is snoring like crazy.
As my forehead is glowing, I rub it again. Still walking up the steps, making my way upstairs.
And as you begin to walk up the stairs, you can't help but notice on the wall, on the side of the wall, you never got around to it before because of the earthquake that happened, and you had to leave to go get the tear. But you see what looks like 2 more pictures you didn't see. And Jibo, about that time, you get to the top of the stairs.
I'm walking towards her. In this light.
I turn around and walk back to 2 pictures I didn't see and study them.
And just about that moment, Jibo, you arrive at the bottom of the stairs and you walk up to your daughter, looking at the side of this wall with these 2 pictures and it being fully illuminated like daylight coming from the head of your daughter. And you see one picture that's after the picture with the pillars and stuff and the mountain, and it shows what looks like to be a female gelfling with no wings, standing there with an eye open on her head.
I mumble to myself, reminds me of someone I know very well.
And I put my hand up and I rub this picture and the face and the eye. And I look back at Vee. Could this be the prophecy? It must be.
And in the next picture, as you're saying that, you look over, and Vee, you see a picture of the 3 suns that you've been seeing in your visions, and you see words written around them, but you can't read these words.
I mumble to myself very quietly, almost like my vision.
And Jibo, you hear her say this, and when you follow her eyes over and you look, you can read these. You can read this. This is the ancient language that Algra taught to your kind in the very early days, and many people have forgotten this language, but you kept the art of knowing this language alive secretly, also, and with Algra.
And I slowly read this aloud as I make my eye contact from that picture to the other.
And then as you're reading it, the camera begins to fade out of the room, and it begins to go up the stairs and fade out away from the light, and it sees Algra sleeping, and it pulls away from the tree, and it's beginning to go up in the sky and looking, and it begins to turn towards the mountain where the 3 suns are, and the light of the 3 suns peering through that mountain off in the distance. And you read, in the time of the first conjunction will be born the Almadra, and we fade to black.